Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee budget meeting. My name is Maureen Wilson. Today is January the 30th of 2026, a beautiful, very crisp day out there and almost near the end of January, entering almost the best month of the year coming up. We have quorum. Joining me in council chambers today, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Brad Clark, Councillor Rob Cooper, Councillor Cameron Cretch, Councillor Mike Spadafora, Councillor Craig Kazar, and joining me online is Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Mark Taddison, and Councillor Alex Wilson, and Mayor Andrea Horvath. Welcome one and all. Elsie McCrae, any items included in today's addendum, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, there are presentations listed as to be distributed have been added, and 7.2 has been revised.
Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Matt Francis to approve the agenda as presented. Please, show of hands, yea or nay. That carries. Thank you. Any declarations of interest this morning? There are none. We're right, beginning with our items for information. Moved by Councillor Jeff Beattie and seconded by Councillor Esther Pauls, just to extend the presentation time so that we don't have to interrupt those who are presenting. It's an electronic vote. Please, thank you. Thumbs up for Mayor Horvath, Councillor Clark, Councillor Cretch, Councillor Pauls, and Councillor Beattie. Councillor Taddison, are you, thank you, just for the extension of time, thank you. Thumbs up. Thank you, that carries 12-0. Okay. GM Mike Zagaric of Finance and Corporate Services will be presenting today, along with Cyrus Turani, the Chief Digital Officer and Director of Innovation. Welcome. You've been here all week.
While we're waiting, if someone can give me a thumbs up. I'm just watching the tennis match, and it's fifth set, 5-4. If someone can just give me a put up a sign. Not Councillor Wilson. No thumbs up from Councillor Wilson, please. Great. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026 Corporate Services and IT proposed budget. This presentation is a joint presentation, and I have the privilege of being joined by our Chief Information Officer, Cyrus Turani. While budget documents continue to reflect IT within Corporate Services, this joint presentation reflects the leadership that guides the work of IT division in the importance of technology as the enterprise function and our collective responsibility for resilience, security, and service delivery. I'll be providing and speaking to the balance of the Corporate Services proposed budget, outlining how the department is supporting organizational recovery, service delivery, and financial sustainability, and CIO Turani will likewise speak to IT-related content. This chart provides a breakdown of the Corporate Services leadership team. And I'd like to just start by recognizing, introducing, and thanking the Corporate Services leadership team. I want to just recognize our City Clerk, Matthew Trenham, our Director of Customer Service, POA, and Financial Integration, Cindy Mercanti, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields, our Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy, Kirk Weaver, Director of Financial Services, Shelley Hesmer, our Director of Procurement, Tina Ayalko, and our Director of Revenue Services, Clayton Pereira. I also want to recognize Brian McMullen, who is an integral partner with respect to building back in the work that Brian is supporting with respect to building our financial data and information back, along with Director Hesmer. As well, just Brian is providing support as it relates to our investment strategy and providing leadership to our investment team as well as our finance administration team. I want to recognize and thank as well Jessica McCormick, my administrative coordinator, as well as Ashley Bono, our finance admin manager, who not only supports myself, but supports the leadership team.
Thanks. Thank you as well. I'd like to recognize the team behind me. I will apologize. Our Chief Information Security Officer drives in from Toronto and he's got stuck in traffic. But again, smaller team through the support I received through our Administrative Coordinator Haley, and Kush will be joining us, who's our Chief Information Security Officer, along with a larger team behind that I'll speak to going forward.
Great. The next series of slides summarizes the main functions supported by the Finance and Corporate Services Department. The team manages purchasing activities, monitors how well suppliers meet expectations, and administers and oversees contracts to ensure compliance and value. We administer property taxation, vacant residential unit tax, and we're preparing for the issuing of water billing later this year. The team also covers day-to-day financial operations, maintaining financial records, asset reporting, processing payments to vendors, and collecting amounts owed to the city. We also ensure staff are compensated correctly and manage the city's investment portfolio. We prepare the annual budget and long-range plans, evaluating financial impacts and overseeing borrowing, maintaining reserve fund and reserve fund strategies that guide decision-making, as well as financial policies, including policies surrounding development charges and capital financing strategies. Continuing on, we support legislative services, including support for council and administrative leadership. We also support municipal elections by administering local elections in compliance with legislation, as well as supporting citywide distribution of documents and communication materials. The team retains corporate records and processes public access to information requests and ensures compliance with privacy legislation and the protection of personal information. We support council in the city's corporate goals and strategic plan and council priorities in part through representation before courts and tribunals. The city's judicial-related responsibilities include operating the local POA court system, including the enforcement of municipal bylaws and prosecuting POA offenses. And this slide describes a final set of two functional areas of risk management, citizen and customer service. Our team leads the city's risk management function, including the handling of insurance claims and with a focus to reducing exposure to financial and operational risks. The team is responsible for direct resident support activities through the city's Customer Contact Center, which is the city's main customer service line for general inquiries. The team supports in-person through locations across, in-person support through locations across the city, through City Hall as well as municipal service centers, and we process payments, permits, and general assistance through these counters and through these locations. And I'm going to pass it over to CIO Tarani.
Thank you, Mike. So the IT team covers a wide range of services that we deliver on behalf of the organization to all our business areas. This includes business applications, business relationship management, enterprise solution architecture, technology contract and vendor management, technology project management, user support services, cybersecurity, data center and voice operations, emergency services, infrastructure operations, and data services associated with data analytics, knowledge management, and spatial solutions. This is a broad range of services that we provide the corporation and the operating teams. Though this slide lists the teams within information technology, I would like to paint a broader picture of our information technology footprint. The team supports 260 business applications, provides leadership to business units in supporting and planning their technology investments, supports over 7,500 end-user devices or devices that are used by our staff. We provide connectivity to 190 locations. We manage 650 plus servers, over 2,200 pieces of network-related equipment across those facilities, 3,000 kilometers of cabling, 3,600 approximately pieces of infrastructure and radio towers that support our emergency services radio network used by police, fire services, as well as our data centers, voice and printing technologies. The team provides support to 9,000 plus city users last year, which included 27,905 calls to our IT support center that resulted in or action through our intake processes of 40,453 support tickets. I would be remiss not to recognize the staff across our teams that work tirelessly, often quietly in the background, after hours, overnights, or weekends to manage and maintain our complex systems. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to highlight some of the work my team has directly helped or helped deliver in collaboration with our business units.
Thank you. And now focusing and shifting over to advancing council priorities. The next two slides highlight how corporate services and IT is advancing sustainable economic and ecological development through new economic development initiatives, revenue tools, climate initiatives, and efforts to reduce the tax burden. Procurement division, with financial support through the climate change reserve, will be undertaking work in support of the city's climate change goals and efforts towards social procurement. More specifically, in collaboration with program areas, procurement will be developing tools and templates and training so that project specifications that support climate change and sustainability will form part of the procurement process. This effort, through pilot projects, will include leveraging the city's purchasing power in support of equity-deserving businesses and social enterprises. This will complement the development of a community benefits framework currently underway by our colleagues in Healthy and Safe Communities. In support of the threat and the real challenges relating to U.S. tariffs, Council supported changes to the procurement policy starting in 2025. Changes made to choose Canadian versus non-U.S. suppliers were implemented through amendments to a procurement policy. We raised thresholds for RFQs and RFTs for the potential to increase reliance on Canadian suppliers. We modified award processes to ensure procurements awarded to lowest compliant Canadian or non-U.S. supplier versus U.S. supplier. And our next step in the near term in this effort will be piloting the sourcing of Canadian steel and aluminum for future city infrastructure projects. Given the current conditions in the local development market, the city has implemented a range of supports for the sector and its workforce. And we talked a bit about this yesterday during the PD departmental presentation. Some of the measures that Council has supported is a temporary 20% further reduction in development charges, eliminating community benefit charges, amending the Revitalizing Hamilton Tax Increment Grant and the Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant programs, lowering interest rates on development charge deferral agreements to assist developers as it relates to their cash flow challenges, and finally streamlining development processes, including the all-for-one process led by our colleagues in planning and economic development. I'll now hand it over to CIO Tarani to speak to IT initiatives in this space.
Leave your stuff here if you want. It's okay. Thank you. As you'll hear commonly throughout the theme, much of this presentation and the rest of the budget department presentation, IT, in collaboration with our partners and business units, help deliver the technology solutions that help operating areas deliver their services. In this case, our data services team developed a site selection and a public art mapping tool, as well as helping and maintain and support a wide variety of information, dashboards, and tools that are used by both internally by staff and by our community. As it pertains, even though this area speaks to new revenue models, again, a tight collaboration with our colleagues in revenue generation, Clayton and his team, and IT. Per the direction of council, technology became the enabler for that direction in close partnership with the business area, customer service, and IT teams. One of the very first resident-facing services to be built on our new customer service relationship solution. The entire VUT-related workflows, both for property owners and internal business unit staff, was enabled through the use of the new technology platform that we launched. I believe in last year, we saw 84% of our declarations occurring online, and initial numbers from early Jan had shown a 97% submission rate. Again, how technology, working with our partnership across the business units, helps drive economic and ecological development. Our colleagues in Climate Change Office, for example, relied on IT to deploy carbon budgeting tools, and our Data Services Group, again, helped enable various technologies like those highlighted on the slide, and also support this mandate from Council.
Reducing the residential tax burden is supported through the city's investment strategy. The objective of improved investment revenues while managing risk, thereby reducing future tax pressures relating to sustainability in reserves. Over the last 2 years, the city has exceeded the return benchmark by approximately 188 basis points and 260 basis points. What this means and translates into, over the last 2 years, on average, the city has generated approximately $50 million in investment revenue that has principally gone towards the sustainability of reserves, as well as providing some relief to ratepayers and taxpayers through reducing the water budget and the tax levy. The city's participation in tax assessment appeals for commercial and industrial properties protects the non-residential tax base, and recognizing this is one of Council's priorities. And this work further avoids the risk of shifts between tax classes, a shift from non-residential to residential. Over the 4-year period, 2021 to 2024, the city participated in 86 non-residential assessment appeals, which represented a risk of approximately $26 million in property tax loss. The city was successful in preserving approximately 90% of that risk. With respect to safe and thriving neighborhoods, as previously mentioned, last year the city launched the vacant unit tax, whose primary focus is to increase the supply of housing by discouraging property owners by leveraging residential units that are empty for more than 183 days in a calendar year. The corporate services and IT teams also provide support to Housing Secretariat as it relates to development and funding agreements, evaluating proposals, and informing the broader financial strategy for our sustainability investment roadmap. I want to recognize the collective effort of leadership, POA prosecutors, and the judiciary. The backlog of POA courts, in part as a result of the pandemic, has been mitigated well within the Jordan parameters, and so I'd like to once again thank the collective team as it relates to their work and effort. Again, I'll pass it over to Seo Trani to speak to IT's work in this space.
Thank you. Here again, another example where we've implemented technology solutions to help achieve the mandates of Council. In this case, the Safe Apartments bylaw reporting solution was rapidly developed internally using existing tools to help support that bylaw. Also in collaboration with our colleagues in HSR Transit and IT teams worked hand in hand to launch new tools that improve rider experience via deployment of new technologies such as the HSR Alerts portal that help provide real-time information to our transit operations.
Both corporate services and IT services provide supports as it relates to responsiveness and transparency. With respect to vendor performance, through extensive consultation with city departments, representatives, and external stakeholders, the Vendor Performance Management Program was launched in 2025. This program was created to establish a fair, non-biased, and consistent approach to vendor performance evaluations for city contracts, applying and satisfying past audit recommendations provided by the Office of the Auditor General. The program's been running for the past 7 months, and in Q3 of this year, we will be implementing the utilization of the vendor performance data collected as a criterion for evaluating vendor bids and award to city contracts. As we understand it, we are the only municipality of 11 municipalities that do vendor performance, who incorporate vendor performance into the evaluation bid. With respect to citizen engagement, the team supported support and participation in the City of Hamilton's 2026 budget engagement process, combined with in-person, virtual, and digital tools. This approach allows residents to share their perspectives. Together, these activities attracted over 2,500 visitors. In total, more than 1,000 insights, comments, and pieces of feedback were received. There was a successful online voting pilot run for the Ward 4 Hamilton Wentworth District School Board by-election, which received a great deal of positive feedback and support from the community members who voted in the by-election. In preparation for the 2026 municipal election, staff are preparing to expand community polls, focus on large building populations and equity-deserving groups in each ward. In addition, staff will provide Vote Anywhere service within the ward, increasing access to polling stations, including convenient ballot-on-demand polling locations.
This slide again highlights how IT provides significant value to our residents through the work and projects we support. The city is undergoing a rapid and complex technology modernization program, the likes that has never been undertaken before. It was recognized that such a large technology transformation required an IT strategy to align and guide our work accordingly, including enabling technologies that support council priorities. One such example is the launch of our next generation 911 system that went live in 2025. Hamilton was the 10th jurisdiction for both fire and police and 13th overall in Canada to launch NG 911, again in strong collaboration between city IT, fire, and police services. It is important to note that 94% of the funding costs for our NG 911 implementation came from provincial grants, which we sought out and obtained through the IT team. After the launch, additional functionality was introduced in partnership with the Ministry of Health, with the City of Hamilton to implement medical priority dispatch system to enhance emergency medical response for 911 calls. MPDS is an internationally recognized medically approved system used by dispatchers to ensure safe, faster, and more consistent care for residents in need. In regards to technology platform modernization, a robust equipment asset renewal plan is underway across our large, complex digital infrastructure I spoke to earlier, including bringing on more online services, implementing new systems, updating our enterprise data management policies, to name a few. I would like to speak to how we are advancing the customer experience. Often we are seeing enhancing the customer experience relies on the use of technology. Joint collaboration with the customer service team, and I'd like to make a special shout out to Cindy, Sheila, Jesse, Lisa, and the rest of the team for their support for this work in collaboration with IT. We've launched a modern customer relationship management solution that is used across a wide variety of city teams, including work that you heard General Manager from Public Works speak about, and the volume of services that are flowing through that system. The CRM makes it easier for us to action and track customer requests and keep information in a centralized solution while providing enhanced experience to our customers. The replacement of our legacy and aged telephony system last year included upgrades to our call queue system. This again enhances how we interact with our customers by indicating place in queue and anticipated wait time, functionally that previously was not available. 2025 also saw the launch of our new myhamilton.ca customer portal with a few initial services, again built on the backbone of new technologies that we have implemented. I will add that we're just starting to get out of the gate, so to speak, with the My Hamilton customer portal, and we plan to continually expand and add additional online services or migrate existing services to this modern platform. Some of these enhancements will become available as soon as mid to late February. In addition, we have launched additional services such as the tax service, which makes it feasible to get online tax certificates, which are now available 24/7. Sorry, I'm just going to finish off on this one. Sorry. We were trying to decide who would say what in what sequence. So, with regards to our point of sale solution, again, another new technology that we implemented that helps support our service delivery at 20 locations. And processed approximately 500,000 unit transactions since it's been deployed in 2025. Again, many of the business IT solutions are for our internal customers, but still impact our residents, businesses, and partners. Some examples not captured include regular updates to our property tax software, supporting for the launch of a new animal services shelter management solution, tools that help our growth management teams, upgrades to our transit information solution and system, support for our shift to the upcoming internal Hamilton utility billing solution, supporting planning and economics development rollout of its new planning, permitting, building, and licensing solution. And these are just a few projects that IT helps support, which ultimately help the business unit deliver their services to our customers more effectively and efficiently.
Thanks, Cyrus. I've spoken a bit about the vendor performance management program, just wanting to recognize the outreach from our procurement team, not only internally to staff, but as well to external vendors. And that outreach continues as we look to implement, and as mentioned previously, to incorporate this information into the evaluation process starting later in 2026. With respect to property tax billing, you may recall in 2025, because of the Canada Post labor disruptions, we made a number of adjustments to provide flexibility and leniency for property taxpayers, whereby we extended periods and we waived penalty and interest. During that disruption as well, our taxation staff expedited final tax billings, and we saw the opportunity to leverage that experience going into 2026. So more recently, our interim property tax bills have gone out, and we've accelerated or delivered those at an earlier date to give residences the opportunity to plan for those financial obligations, but at the same time not amending the due dates. So the due dates will stay the same, just getting that information in the hands of the property taxpayers sooner. Shifting now to IDEA, both corporate services and IT support advancing IDEA, and we support this in a number of ways. I mentioned previously the social procurement work in alignment with community benefits framework, as well as the work from our clerks with respect to the by-election in 2025. And CIO Tranny made reference to the work that both IT and customer service have provided with respect to point of sale and our customer relationship management program, and that included outreach to our advisory committee, persons with disabilities, seniors, and the public, to allow them to access and test the system before the system went live. So allowing for that input and opportunity to reflect that input through further amendments to the system. Again, with respect to our customer relation management solution, the work that both supported by IT and corporate services in moving this along. Important to note that the city continues to provide citizens multiple channels of access to city services, both in person as well as digitally, and finally through our call center. So we continue to provide those channels of access for citizens and continue to provide the opportunities and conveniences to our citizens. and with respect to ideas integrating that framework into our internal enterprise data management policy and guideline. Talked a bit about social procurement and how social procurement will support small scale procurements as well as providing implementation and the opportunity with respect to those parts of the community who are deserving of access to the city's procurement as well as purchasing. With respect to developing the customer portal for a single sign-on platform for property tax, VUT, utility billing, that work was supported through our IT team and providing community polls through our last election with a focus on large buildings and equity deserving groups will continue, as I mentioned previously, into our 2026 municipal election. Develop ballot on demand polling and vote, as previously mentioned, will form part of our election strategy for the upcoming municipal election. And supporting community partners and the organizations through our equity-based budgeting framework, which is being led by Healthy and Safe Communities. So shifting now to the Corporate Services and IT 2026 proposed budget. As was referenced during the overview presentation and through the earlier departmental presentations, the 2026 tax proposed budget for corporate services IT was prepared in alignment with the Mayor's directive, prioritizing affordability, fiscal discipline, and long-term sustainability while protecting core city services. We were asked to deliver a hold-the-line budget that maintains essential services and critical investments while limiting the residential tax increase to no more than 4.25%. So let me speak a bit about the funding for corporate services and IT. In part, corporate services and IT leverage reserves as it relates to our IT technology. Approximately $1.2 million that supports IT hardware is funded through reserves. Our investment income supports the costs related to delivering an investment strategy. And there is a small team within corporate services that deliver on the execution of investment strategy. That team is supported through the investment income, and that represents approximately $1.2 million. The vacant unit tax is funded through the proceeds of the vacant unit tax, not funded through the tax levy, and that represents approximately $3.3 million. There's a series of user fees slightly different for 2026 versus previous years because it now reflects utility billing, water billing. Water billing is not funded through property taxes, it's funded through water billings. And so there's a transfer of revenue from the water budget to the tax budget in support of water billing and customer service. And finally, provincial offenses administration, which represents approximately 11% of their overall funding requirement, or about $8.3 million. You can see the majority of corporate services is funded through property taxes. About 75%, three-quarters of corporate services and IT is supported through property taxes. The following provides a breakdown of the increase of 1.5% across the various divisions of corporate services and IT. Again, happy to present a proposed budget with an increase of 1.5%. How we were able to achieve the 1.5% increase was effectively through the identification of efficiency, savings, and right sizing that represents approximately $1.5 million in mitigations. Had we not been able to identify the $1.5 million in mitigations, I would be presenting a proposed increase of 4.5%. But through the hard work of the collective team and staff, opportunities were identified as it relates to contractual obligations, right sizing, contractual obligations, the opportunity to reduce the reliance on contractual costs. There are as well just short of 5 FTEs that have been identified for reduction and right sizing, more specifically 4.75 FTEs. And all of these measures, as well as going line item by line item across the various divisions. And those line items represent a couple $1,000s in one account, a couple $1,000s in another account. That is the effort and the strategy that was employed to arrive at a 1.5% increase for corporate services and IT. The following provides a breakdown of the staff complement across the divisions. And as the previous department presentations identified, both corporate services and IT staffing mitigations are reflected, and they're reflected in the general manager's administration office. So again, 4.75 FTEs, and those are distributed across the department, but currently reflected in the general manager's administration line. Important to note, there's about 38 distributed positions. And with these distributed positions, the total complement represents approximately 618. So while we're reflecting those positions that are funded within corporate services, there are 38 finance admin positions that are distributed within the program areas. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all members of corporate services and IT teams for their hard work and dedication. The collective effort is essential to delivering the services our community relies on each and every day. With respect to the 1.5% proposed increase in supported corporate services and IT, the majority of the pressures represent employee-related costs. 98% of the corporate services and IT budget is driven by employee-related costs. So with respect to the various operating budget net levy categories, you'll see a reduction in contribution from capital. Why a reduction of $1.9 million? Coming back to the utility billing service, while that was a project in 2025, that is now a program in 2026. So we are no longer drawing from that capital project as we transition to the implementation of water billing, utility billing. There are a series of offsets, including, as just mentioned, the implementation of the utility billing. With the implementation of utility billing, there's a recovery from the water budget to support that function and service, and that in part is covered in a driving factor to the recoveries, fees, and general tax rates. There's a series of small user fee increases that make up that $5.8 million amount for recoveries, fees, and general tax rates. Finally, you'll see materials and supplies, and that represents a increase of about $1.8 million. The majority of that, $1.3 million, is postage. As we take on water billing, there'll be costs associated with the mail-outs of those bills. And again, that makes up the majority of the $1.8 million. There are some contractual and other drivers to that category. And finally, as I mentioned previously, 98% of the department's budget, expenditure budget, is driven by employee-related costs. And so employee-related costs represent about $2.9 million, and that is being driven by obligations we have with collective agreements as well as other employer benefits. I mentioned previously, staff identified approximately $1.5 million in mitigation measures, and that represented a decrease of about 2.8% relative to the 1.5% that presented today. The mitigation measures across the various categories include, as previously mentioned, reviewing contractual opportunities, looking at opportunities to procure services differently, as well as reducing the reliance on contractual services. Operating expenses, a review of operating expenses across various account lines, and that represented mitigations of just short of $400,000. Sorry, the contractual efficiencies was approximately $560,000. As I mentioned previously, majority of our cost for the department is related to the delivery of the services that both corporate services and IT provide, and in order to arrive at the proposed budget was in part through the identification of right-sizing just short of 5 full-time equivalent positions. We did so in part through our vacancy management program, as well as looking at opportunities to right-size a number of positions. And finally, line item by line item review and the reduction of across a number of accounts of approximately $85,000 in expenditures. You'll see on the far right side, again, the reference to the $1.5 million that was realized as a result of these efforts. Looking forward to 2027 through 2028, 2029, you can see that the forecast is for approximately 2.7% each year over that time period. The main driver to this forecast will be employee-related costs. Again, future collective agreements and the terms of those collective agreements will drive the corporate services and IT operating budgets. Again, 98% of the departments, both corporate services and IT, are employee-related costs. So future collective agreements will be the principal factor, driving factor to future tax increases for corporate services. And I'll pass it over to CIO Trani to speak to the capital budget.
Thank you. Going forward, the proposed total gross capital budget is $35.4 million, as outlined in the slide. The IT team continues to advance our cyber resilience maturity. This includes continuing to advance our controls to face a rapidly evolving threat landscape and using a risk-based approach to prioritization, as well as asset refresh as we continue to address our digital infrastructure technology debt. Just like our physical infrastructure, maintaining and updating our digital infrastructure that the entire city, our residents, businesses, and community partners rely on is critical to city operations. In 2025, this included investments in our cyber resilience program, our NG 911, our telephony system upgrades, maintaining and updating our emergency services, radio infrastructure, and enhancing site connectivity and redundancy, as well as upgrading and replacing several software applications. In 2026, our focus will be on continued enhancements to our cybersecurity resilience and digital infrastructure, as well as replacing our automated vehicle location solution, which is now over 10 years old. Capital investments and digital infrastructure will support continued lifecycle replacements across the significant infrastructure portfolio that helps keep our city running.
I'll speak to the last project here under procurement initiatives, is recognizing the need and the opportunity to update our procurement documents and align with council's priorities, as well as some of the initiatives that have been referenced this morning, is a capital project of $150,000 in support of modernizing our documents and our processes surrounding procurement. With respect to the funding of the overall capital request, you'll see that staff have identified approximately $2.2 million in WIPs that's to be applied towards the overall $35 million in investments. That's already reflected in the proposed budget that was presented earlier this month. With respect to the levy contribution, it's a mix of debt and operating funding with respect to the $33.2 million in levy contribution. With respect to operating impacts of capital, I'll start with the finance positions that are reflected in support of our transit program. What we recognize with the expansion of our transit program is we were lagging behind with respect to financial support of transit. And so there is 2 additional FTE proposed in support of transit operations and to ensure that we have proper financial monitoring, not only as it relates to expenditures, but as well as it relates to revenues for transit operations. And I'll pass it over to CIO Tarani to speak to the last three categories.
Thank you, Mike. So operating impacts of capital include 15 FTE to support our cybersecurity program, as well as 8 FTE for operational support of some of our new advanced software solutions and the integrations and support those systems require. New systems help us modernize our technology, but also require people to configure, secure, support, update, and test those systems on a regular basis, especially as we move to new modern cloud solutions. These FTE are required to support our systems such as our permitting and planning solution that you've heard about, our enterprise resource planning, our fire information management and network infrastructure systems, just to name a few. The non-FTE operating impacts are predominantly a result of software licensing for implementation of existing capital projects, hardware licensing and warranty support and connectivity costs. We are seeing on average, in some cases, 20% pricing increases, both in software renewals and hardware. This is being impacted both by the global tariff conditions and the fact that there's an advanced build out for AI data centers, which is causing all hardware prices to increase significantly.
Thanks, Cyrus. And again, with respect to the global budget, you'll see that corporate services represents less than 1% of the overall 4.25% residential tax increase. And on that note, through the budget chair, this doubles team will make our way back to the bench and happy to answer any questions that committee might have.
Thank you both very much. I neglected it, and I wish to apologize to our colleague, Councillor Tammy Wang, who did notify me yesterday that she was going to be absent today. She is representing this municipality at an AMO board meeting, so I should have noted that at the top. So I'm not sure what the score is on the Australian Open, but are we ready and settled? Yes? Okay, thank you. Councillor Critch.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. In 2023, I think I put forward a motion with respect to 311 and trying to implement 311. And I know in subsequent budgets, it's kind of been pushed out. And we've been trying to add money to our budget every year toward an implementation date. Could I get an update and understanding about where that's at with respect to this year's budget? How much farther has it been pushed out?
Through the budget chair, I'll invite Director McKenty to respond. Thank you.
Through the chair, Cindy Mercanti, Director of Customer Service, POA and Financial Integration. So there's 2 components, as I mentioned previously, with regard to 311. One is the Customer Relationship Management Program, as Cyrus mentioned. We have been able to implement it. It's been rolled out. We will continue to make changes to it and evolve it as the needs of the community change. We'll continue to do that. I'm happy to say we've received over 350,000 service requests coming through that system. So very well received and heavily being utilized. So that's great news. With regards to the number, so as mentioned, the number has been secured. It is sitting in the background. What we're working with IT right now is on this telephony side of things. There's a few things from a technical perspective we just need to work on from a telephony perspective. And then from there, we'll be able to push forward the 311 number and have that program launched through the community.
Thanks very much. I'm looking forward to knowing when that will happen.
For sure. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a question. I apologize. When is that going to happen?
Unpack the word that you referenced, just so it's accessible for everyone, including myself.
Telephony, I think, was the word you used.
Oh, Thank you, through the chair. So that is our telephone system, and basically when somebody calls, they hear a voicemail, or they go through our queuing system, or our queues, as they would say, our call queues. So there's some technology that we're working with IT on right now with regards to upgrading and sort of fine-tuning it. So when somebody calls into 311, we're able to have a very detailed structure so they can easily get to where they need to go, as well as reach our call agents in a timely fashion. So we're working with IT right now on some technology improvements. Once that's done, we'll be in a great position to launch the number. I will say the number is in the background. We've secured the number. We've communicated with all our neighboring municipalities, and that number is live. It is live right now. We have a few people who have been testing it out because there are some areas across the city, for example, near Haldeman, where if they hit 311, it's really not going anywhere from that cell tower perspective because it's based on a cell tower. So we're working with some of our communication colleagues to figure out how do we do that messaging, because when 311 gets launched, just for clarity, 311 will be launched, but we'll also be continuing with 546 City, because there'll be some areas in the city that will not be able to access 311.
Yeah, I think the councillor was requesting, do you have an estimate on delivery time? Thank you.
That we're working with the vendor on right now. I don't have a timeline, unfortunately.
There's a third component through the chair with respect to 311 that you didn't mention I'd like a little more clarity on. Internally, obviously, we have a system that manages what's going on. When people call us, they can see it. One of the big areas for 311 that I'm hoping actually comes, and it will require funding to make it happen, is the public-facing portion of 311. Most other 311 programs are advanced, meaning that we can do things like finally have a bylaw app for black and white bylaw issues where people can send photos in. That's a programming piece that has to work to make sense so people can send information to the city through a 311 system. Also, when a resident contacts us in other cities, what happens is there's something publicly available, they get a tracking number, they get an email. It's all through an automated system. It's all kind of integrated. Everyone can see what's happening. They know who's been assigned to their file. When someone's assigned to look at their bylaw complaint, they get an update email. Like, that's the functionality people are looking for here, not just maybe sort of internally for us, and then also a phone number. They want to see an integrated system. And that's what the funding's been put aside for, is my understanding. And that's what I'm really asking about. In terms of a timeline, in terms of when that's going to happen, because that was something that's been, I think, put off in the budget from a financing perspective.
Thank you for the questions, Cyrus Traney, Chief Information Officer. That functionality that you're referring to is part of the core build that is inherent in the CRM that we've developed, and also the foundational piece for myhamilton.ca. As I indicated, we just put our toe in the water with the initial stand-up of that tool and are looking to continue the development of those types of things that you're speaking of going forward on a regular basis in 2026 and onward. So we've created, I would say, the house has been built, and what we'll be doing is now is adding additional furniture to the house to enhance that functionality, similar to the items that you have raised, as well as taking some of our older style services and making them available to that portal.
Big thanks through the chair. The thrust of my question is just when? Will it be all online, integrated, and launched? Because I understand you're going to make incremental improvements leading to when?
So right now, we are in the midst of launching roughly 20 additional new services that will be live within the next few weeks. And then we plan to build on those based on the priority of how people interact with our services to grow that fleet of services, including the tracking and including the visibility that you had indicated through the existing portal that's been built.
Thank you. Do you have an estimated time of completion for this entire project?
I would anticipate that we have a backlog of around 80 areas that we're looking to build into the portal. So our estimate at this point in time is going to be between a 12 and 18-month timeline to build that backlog into that solution. But our plan is to do it on an incremental basis, regularly releasing new functionality over that period.
Thanks. I had a second question. Could I ask it?
Would you mind going back on, councillor?
Hey, your pleasure. Thanks. It's fine.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Just on slide 8, I applaud your efforts to be focusing on Canadian steel, and just want to kind of unpack it a bit and ask you a question about the direction. So the early 2000s, Stelco had a similar environment where we couldn't trade it to the U.S. because of tariffs. Our fabricators were going offshore for steel. We mentioned to the federal government they would not put tariffs on offshore steel coming into Canada. Of course, Stelco was pushed into bankruptcy protection. So where I'm going with this is to say this. Right now, if we look at the most recent numbers, steel fabricators are going offshore for 60% of their steel, 50% of which is coming from the USA. A lot of this is tariff-free. I would encourage you, or I'm going to ask you actually, when we start talking about steel content, are we taking this back to primary manufacturing, which is the Stelcos, Dofascos, Algomas? Is that where we're looking at our steel content?
Through the budget chair, I'll invite Director Iacova to speak to the work she's done in this space. But I do want to recognize that staff have been engaging with the Steel Institution and other organizations on this front, the provincial government, the federal government, in terms of legislative changes that they are looking to make. And I'll invite the director to speak to the opportunity around piloting and how we tie it back into primary products.
Good morning, through the chair, Tina Iacco, Director of Procurement. Through our engagement with external stakeholders and looking as a guide, the federal government and the policies that they've implemented, the first step in implementing Canadian steel and aluminum into our tender specifications would be to look at the origin of manufacture. So that is Algoma Steel, Stelco, Dofasco, and the other manufacturing plants within Ontario. We're trying to iron out how we do that. Through the pilots, we are going to investigate, identify some projects that we're going to be doing in the next 2 to 3 years, identify what type of steel that we can specify within the specifications that we know is manufactured in Canada, and start from there. And from that, we'll have some lessons learned. We'll continue to engage with our external stakeholders and hopefully take this a little down further past the manufacturers of origin, and then start looking at potentially some significant goods as well that are made from steel.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I would just encourage you to be careful of the definition of produced, because many fabricators will say they produce it in Canada. It looks like a Canadian-produced product when in fact it originates offshore. So I thank you for looking at that whole primary component to steelmaking. In terms of the climate change for procurement as well, on slide 8, I know it's early days. We're unpacking this, and wondering if there's going to be coming back to council a set of measures in terms of how we, the phrase manage what we, manage what you measure. So what are going to be those measures coming back to council, and will we have a line of sight on those as you start to unpack this program? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Once we have started developing the revisions to our procurement policy, we're going to implement a responsible procurement policy, in my mind, which encompasses not only climate change, but social procurement, other green initiatives. Once that's developed, once we have training tools, once our client departments are looking to their specifications to incorporate climate change initiatives, I'm envisioning bringing some KPIs back, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Chair, when you start looking at, on page 26, this concept of alignment to actuals, I like the idea. I mean, we haven't seen actuals, but I guess my question really is around when we look at other departments that have come forward with restated budgets from 2025, that doesn't speak to actuals. Do we have a sense of what the alignment to actuals are for other departments that are coming here as well?
Through the budget chair, our last report was in September of 2025 when we presented our variance report for 2025. For corporate services, we were reporting a projected deficit of $177,000. for 2025. And what was driving that was employee-related costs as we need to rebuild our system. So we've had to bring in and engage some co-op students. It's been a great opportunity for the co-op students as well as for the City of Hamilton, as well as some temporary services. And similar to corporate services, we have that across all departments and divisions going back to that September report. Corporately, we were reporting a surplus of about $14 million projected for 2025. And again, that September report is our latest report. Finally, staff are working towards a unaudited year-end report. In terms of variance report, I expect we would have that either end of Q1 or early Q2.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll go on a second time.
Councillor Nan, please.
Good morning and thank you, Chair. Quick question to General Manager Zagarek, if you could please clarify a matter that has been misunderstood previously related to revenues of the vacant unit tax. Could you explain how the Affordable Housing Reserve would grow or replenish on an annual basis to support the initiatives that it's designed to support, which is increasing affordable housing supply, reducing chronic homelessness, being part of the city's contribution to apply to co-funded projects with the province and the feds. So if you could just break that down for me, please.
Through the budget, Chair, as Councillor Nance identified, is the vacant unit tax is not intended to be a revenue generator. Notwithstanding its intention not to be a revenue generator, what Council has approved is any net proceeds from the vacant unit tax will be applied to the Housing Affordability Reserve. The Housing Affordability Reserve then would be the proceeds to Housing Affordability Reserve then would complement the work that both Housing Services, Housing Secretariat are doing as relates to the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap. And so it is a form of revenue proceeds that would go to support the work of Housing Secretariat and Housing Services.
Thank you. That part I really clearly understood. Without those revenues coming from the vacant unit tax to that reserve, how would that reserve grow or replenish or have funds deposited?
Yeah, through the Chair, simply through the levy. Currently, the $4.5 million that has been directed to the Housing Sustainability Reserve and any further investments would require levy contributions exclusive of a new financial relationship with senior levels of government.
Thanks so much for clarifying that and putting it in very simple terms. Chair, if I could just reiterate what I heard. Simply speaking, the Affordable Housing Reserve would require levy contributions, period. So the revenues from the VUT supplement that or offset levy contributions. Next question would be through you, Chair, regarding the vendor performance management system. Glad to hear that things have progressed, that we've moved forward towards having an integrated model throughout the entire city divisions. I'm curious about how it includes or integrates an AODA requirement. Does the management system let us know that vendors have met AODA so that we can then as a municipality clearly demonstrate our collaborative effort with our vendors around meeting those AODA requirements? Thank you.
Through the chair. Every vendor who submits a bid or proposal to the city is required and gets awarded a contract is required to sign off on the AODA requirements. So not only are they aware of what is required of them, they're also attesting to the fact that they will follow the act. From procurement's aspect, there is no follow-up or any auditing of our vendors to ensure that they are following up. That is not within our purview at the moment, but we do ensure that we keep those attestation forms as required on file.
Thank you. Then if I could clarify then, if we have no auditing system to make sure that the work that the vendor signed off saying that they're going to do based on the specs the city has given them for that contract, how do we rectify the scenario when a vendor fails to deliver AODA compliance, and I'll use sidewalk tiles as an example. We have many different vendors who are implementing our sidewalks across the city. Some of them are doing a great job meeting those AODA requirements, but even as late as 2025, we have tiles that are going in that are absolutely inaccessible and not meeting our current standards at all.
So through the chair, to take that example, at this point in time, we would be receiving a complaint in that respect. So it's purely on a complaint basis. We would, if it was brought to our attention, we would not only work with the department who issued that particular contract. So in this instance, it may be public works staff. We would also engage the applicable department within clerks. Their name escapes me at this point, but engage them as well, and then it would be noted on their vendor performance program. So as an incident, or if they weren't following the requirements of the contract, it would be reflected in their performance and their record, and then it would be reflected once we were utilizing that criteria to award a contract. It would actually reflect there as well.
Thank you. And then finally on this, from a fiscal management perspective, how does it get fixed and who pays for it?
Through the chair, we would have to look at the contract to see if there were any remedies under the contract, and then potentially ask the contractor to fix it, to rectify, or seek other means if that was the case. If the contract was completely done, I'm sure that we would engage legal services for assistance.
Thank you. Last question, Chair.
Councillor, would you mind going on a second time, please? You're at time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Happy to, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, to you and GM Mike Zagarek and CDO Tranny. My humblest apologies for being 50 minutes late into the presentation. Couldn't get off the phone with a constituent. First of all, GM Zagarek, I think I'm allowed hopefully to say this. This budget presentation by you, so prudent, so fiscally responsible, is the type of budget presentation of years gone by at councils gone by that I've been very familiar with GM Zagarek. And GM Zagarek, I want to applaud you for your 1.5% proposal. And going into next year, whoever is around this table, you're 2.7. You're the first department that's come forward without, if you will, backloading a higher percentage to start with in 2027, so I commend you. Good to hear again words of right sizing, contractual efficiency, staff reductions, less reserves, and affordability top of mind. Vacant unit tax. The 3.3 million you're showing as funding source. If I recall from past presentations, there were declared 372 properties of vacant unit, but about 4,500, if I recall correctly, that had not simply submitted the form. What is your 3.3 million based on? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the Budget Chair, I'll ask Director Pereira if he can start, and then I'm happy to add on.
Thank you. Director Clayton Pereira, please.
Through the Chair, Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services. Thank you for your question. The 3.3 million is essentially a conservative estimate on where we think we would land. But in reality, the council's decision to extend the deadline and afford several opportunities for residents to declare their status in the first year has actually proved quite successful and continues on with the vacant unit tax team. So at this point, the 3.3 is, as I mentioned, a conservative estimate, and staff are continuing to work with trying to finalize the numbers, but we suspect that number is potentially going to be increased further from the 3.3 at this point, but that's yet to be determined because there's a lot more pending declarations that the team is going through.
So Director Pereira, can I just please ask it maybe for me in a more simple question language? Is there still roughly 4,500 properties that have not submitted? And are you basing the 3.3 on the 4,500 that have not submitted? Or is that 3.3 money from just 372 declared properties? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the Chair, it includes the 372 plus the additional properties that have now paid the vacant unit tax. So we have collected vacant unit tax as of December 31st. So it is over and above the 372 properties. And as I mentioned, there are still properties that have continuing to declare, and we are processing that to determine the validity of the application.
All right, let me follow up then further. I'm sorry, I need crystal clearness on this. So the roughly 4,500 you reported a few months ago, and please correct that number if I'm mistaken, you're saying that number is now reduced substantially because they have declared and that revenue is showing in the 3.3. So the 4,500 is reduced substantially? And that's my last question on vacant unit, but I have a couple of more. Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair, the 4,500 that was reported in the October interim report, we are in the range of 3,100 to 3,700 at this point. So that's the number of properties that are still deemed vacant. And once again, that includes the 372 that declared vacant.
Right. Okay, thank you, Director Pereira. When you say deemed vacant, that again is due to they haven't submitted, but the number is down between 3,100 and 3,700. Thank you. Let's see. On slide 29 to CDO Terani, you've got here 35.4 million gross capital to upgrade cyber resilience, digital infrastructure, software and systems initiatives. Is that over and above the roughly 50 million that taxpayers have already had to put forward to fix the firewalls and the IT problem we had with the cybersecurity attack? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through you, Budget Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Jackson. To your specifics around the 55, that is the 3-year capital allocation for our Build Better program. Again, I would like to note, and I think that's been stated here previously, that we are bringing forward the investments to replace a lot of systems that we would have incurred costs. So when we did the evaluation as it related to do we bring back old or do we look to modernize and move us into the 20th century, a lot of that capital investment is investment that the city would have incurred. What we have done is move that investment to a faster pace to implement it rather than bring back legacy and effectively pay for recovery twice. With regards to the asks that are in this capital, this is net new capital requests that are being made to further advance. They are not related to the cyber incident, but how we advance both the lifecycle asset management of our infrastructure that I alluded to, the size and complexity of, as well as furthering where we need to be in face of the risk environment that we face. This would be prudent investment for us regardless and not related to the cyber incident itself.
That's a whack of money, 35 million over and above the 50 million to fix the IT issue. How am I doing, Budget Chair Wilson?
You've exhausted your time. If you'd like to go back on, please let me know.
Please do. I need to pick up on this topic. Thank you.
Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Chair Wilson, and through you, thank you to the team for presenting the budget, another very fiscally responsible presentation. I just had one question. I wanted to pick up on what Councillor Nam was asking around the vendor performance management program. Successfully implemented, and there's lots of great things implemented in here, and I think it's just worthwhile teasing out a little bit of what that means for the public. You had, Chair, had asked about defining telephony. I think this is another one that deserves a little more explanation. As I understand it, a vendor performance management program would help improve quality, cost, accountability, manage risk of projects. Could you just help, through you, Chair, to just articulate a little more for the public on what we would see, the benefits that we would see from this implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to articulate? Oh, sorry, Tina. Go ahead.
Through the chair. The vendor performance program was initiated out of a number of recommendations out of the Office of the Attorney General. I always call him the Attorney. Office of the Auditor General. This program is a robust program in order to capture and catalog a vendor's performance over the period of a contract. So Client departments are required to, at various stages within a contract, to complete a form to report on the vendor's performance, if things are going well, if there's some hiccups. It's a measure with respect to assist the vendor, to let them know as well that there may be concerns. Sometimes they're not aware of concerns unless we bring them to their attention. So this is a formalized record of capturing that performance. Once the contract is complete, then the vendor would get a score, if you will, based on the performance for that particular contract. And then the program itself takes these aggregate scores, and then we will apply them in the second stage of the vendor performance program against any tender bids or proposals to assist us. So what that does is that will help us to engage better contractors as we move along, because the idea is that the better your score is, the more better your the outcome for getting awarded a contract. So it's going to come down to a mathematical calculation, basically, to factor in the scoring from your vendor performance program against your bid that's been submitted. So at the end of the day, we're hoping that this allows the city to engage better contractors. By engaging better contractors, we have more cost savings because staff are not having to work with contractors a little bit more than expected. We're not having to engage consultants, if you will, for a longer period of time if the project goes beyond the dates. So we're hoping that this program is not only cost effective for the city, but also will give us better quality of the work that we're expecting.
Great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that explanation. In Ward 12, we've had a couple of years of underperforming contractor on Garner Road, so that is welcome news to hear this process improvement. Thank you very much, Budget Chair.
Thank you. First time speaker, Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll need to go on a second time, but we'll see how it goes. My first question, looking for clarification. I could be mixing up two line items. So in the presentation, I believe we were close to $35 million or so in capital for IT in 2026. In the budget book on page 133, it's about $62 million, but I think it encompasses, I don't know, cyber resiliency and a bunch of other stuff. I'm trying to understand, is this 35 million part of that 62 million? And if it is, where is the other 30 so million going to be presented? Is that coming at another time, or maybe I missed it already? But I recognize 62 million on page 133. I heard 35 million today in capital IT, just trying to figure out where the rest of it is. I might be mixing them up through you, Chair.
Through the chair, while staff are pulling the information, I'll just flag that page 133 is the capital financing strategy, not the capital projects. There would be capital project numbers that would reconcile to the capital financing. So the 61,286,000 is the sum of all investments, and then there would be a series of capital projects that would represent that overall level of investment. And through the chair, we're happy to forward to committee what those project numbers are, unless somebody has those. Through the chair, we can provide committee the composition of those project numbers and projects.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So just to confirm, the $35 million that was in the presentation today for capital IT, is that part of the 62? There.
Through the chair, it would form part of
that
investment. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. My next question. So we heard, I think GM Zegeric talked about, and this wouldn't be the first time he's talked about it, the employee costs and how they make up a extremely large portion of our budget. I think you said 98%. I could be wrong, but we've all, for as long as I've been here, and it hasn't been long, feels long, but hasn't been long. Employee costs have always been something that has been talked about. Also, the bargaining that'll happen, I'm assuming in 2027, is going to put added pressure. So I'm trying to understand, as we talk about our investments in IT, and they're large, multi-millions of dollars in IT, and I understand that's based on the fact that we lost everything. And we're not just going to build back the same old crappy stuff we had. We're going with the new shiny stuff, the stuff that's going to make us as protected and as forward-thinking as possible. Would that not allow us to become more technology reliant and less employee reliant? We have 151 people in IT. We're spending $62 million next year. I think we spent $35 million in 2025. So that's close to $100 million in 2 years. And I'm trying to understand why a lot of the things that the software programs that are out there, that when I worked in the private sector, a lot of those things were done through software programs. I understand there needs to be someone managing it, but I don't see the reduction or the reliance on human staff being reduced as we move forward while we're spending $100 million plus on IT. So I need someone to try to help me understand that. Maybe the answer is, well, it doesn't matter how much IT you get, you're always going to need the same amount of staff. And I would question that. But I don't see where we've been able to use the new software hardware that we're buying to reduce our FTE complement. If anything, it's increasing. So I need an explanation on that through you, Chair, and then I'll go on a second time, please. Thank you.
Who would like to take that one?
Through the budget chair, I'll start just in the context of finance and the ERP. We are looking forward to a permanent ERP, enterprise resource plan, in that that investment should provide us opportunities for efficiencies going forward. And those efficiencies could be through improved report generation through ERP and reducing the amount of manual work that's currently done. We are not at that situation now. We're in an interim environment and we're requiring more staffing right now with respect to building back our financial data and financial system. The point I'm trying to raise is going forward, when we do have a permanent ERP, we do envision efficiencies. And those efficiencies may not be saving, they could be avoided costs, whereby as programs grow and require support from finance, we may not require increased investments in complement or staffing to support the expansion or growth. I'll give you the example that was cited today. With the expansion of the transit service, we identified we were lagging behind in terms of the financial support to as it relates to transit services. Going forward, through the investment of a permanent ERP, we would look for efficiencies to avoid those future investments and utilize existing resources, as an example.
Thank you. I'll add to that. You know, as we move to these systems going forward, these are very complex systems. The analogy I would give is, in the past, we ran a system, put it on a server in our environment, and we would go years. Our former ERP system was implemented in 1999. Now, when we look at modern cloud-based technology solutions, they are upgraded every quarter. New features and functionalities are added. We have more complex integrations with our systems as it relates to how one system talks to our finance system, or it talks to our enterprise asset management solution. We have cloud solutions that require additional resources to manage the complexity of those cloud solutions. I think from a complement perspective, we are still very lean. I look at Toronto. I know we hate to compare ourselves to Toronto. Their IT team is 985 people, and their cybersecurity team is 95 people onto itself. So at 151, including obviously with the additional complement that's being requested, I think it's starting to bring us in line with the technology stack that we are introducing into the organization. And to the point that GM Zagaric made is, as we see these systems coming on board, we're going to be moving from more manual processes that exist throughout the operational areas that can be sort of supported through that type of modernization, which you've been alluded to, where we'll gain those efficiencies and be able to focus on higher value work and less manual work.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Wilson. I just want to ask GM, I heard you say that in between 2021 through 2024, the non-residential appeal tax was 86 million, and then you said, make sure I got it right, 86 million, and we recovered 90%, which would be, I think, 8.6 loss. I'm just wondering, do we do it yearly? Like, could we have 2025, or is it a period of the term, like the 4 years?
So through the budget chair, I'll just clarify some of those numbers.
Okay.
The time period was 2021 to 2024. Over that time period, the city participated in 86 non-residential assessment appeals. So these are non-residential businesses, property owners who appealed their assessment. And in an effort to preserve non-residential assessment, given our challenges, council has given direction, and we have an assessment policy or process that governs under what circumstances the city of Hamilton participates. So we participated in those 86 appeals, and those 86 appeals represented a risk, a loss of $25 million. Through staff's participation, we were successful and able to mitigate 90% of that risk. So I think it was $2 million out of $25 million that the applicants were successful. We produce this report annually. That is just a representative 21 through 2024. So happy to circulate those reports as it relates to our performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. I was a little bit not understanding it, but thank you for that. My second question is the vacant tax, and Councillor Jackson asked a lot of my question, but I want to ask, do we still have, I'm pretty sure if my numbers are wrong, I'm always to be corrected. I love it. I love being corrected. Do we still have 16, or I think it was 15 or 16 bylaw officers that look after the vacant tax?
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll invite Director Pereira. The overall team, I believe, is 16, and Director Pereira can speak to the composition of the team. So just for clarity, they're not all bylaw officers. There's a variety of functions and roles. Some are customer support staff, some are analysts, some address appeals, audit functions. So there's a variety of positions that represents the overall complement. And then I'll ask Director Pereira either to correct me in terms of the total complement number, and maybe he can just expand to describe some of the roles or functions.
Through the chair, that is correct, 16 FTEs, and the 16 FTEs comprise of a manager, a supervisor, CSRs, one IT analyst, a tax VUT analyst, a senior policy advisor, and 2 auditors.
So really, it's still under the VUT. So all these functions that you mentioned, supervisor, CSR, senior policy, all those are still under the VUT. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Just clarifying,
So-
they aren't by law, sorry, that they aren't by law roles.
I just want to say that another question I have, that just after Christmas, people receive their taxes, and then beside it said the VUT. You will not believe, I had 3 people call me so distraught over the VUT, and I told them to come down. Calm down, I will help you. They said, but I just filled it out. So I just filled it out a few months ago, and I have to fill it out again. And I had to calm down. Don't worry, I'll help you fill it out. So there is a misunderstanding here. We're sending a bill 2 months after the last bill was sent. So can you explain how this is going to work?
Through the chair, I'll ask Director Pereira maybe to share with respect to the recent launch in December of the declaration process for 2025. And so I'll invite Director Pereira to describe that process.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Pauls. Year one has certainly been a challenge, and Council has certainly assisted in numerous extensions in year one to educate and ensure that all residents complete the declaration. And that itself paid off. With the latest extension being end of November, we were able to achieve close to 98% declaration. That's fantastic. With that being said, middle of December is when we started the year 2 declaration process. And yes, this is in transition. What we anticipate with Council's endorsement for the vacant unit tax program in future years, the cycle would essentially be mid-December to end of April would be the vacant unit tax declaration, unlike the first year where there were numerous declaration attempts. And we are seeing a significant improvement because of our education efforts and Council's desire to extend the deadline. We're close to 50% as of yesterday have already declared for year 2. While there may have been some challenges as far as declaring right at the end of November and then starting the process again for year 2, it has proved quite successful. So hopefully that helps answer the question as far as the education lesson and the significant improvements we are seeing from residents to complete it for year 2.
Thank you. Councillor, let me know if you'd like to go back on, please.
Second time, please.
You're welcome. Are there any first-time speakers that haven't had an opportunity, or perhaps some of the questions from your colleagues have prompted you to want to get on the list and I just can't see you? Okay, I don't see anyone. So second-time speakers, please. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Looking at page 27, we see the 2.7% projected increase for 27, 28, 29. And first of all, I want to applaud what we got this year, which was the 1.5. I mean, my residents have made it very clear they expect tax increases not to exceed inflation, which is right now around 2.2, I would argue. And so I compliment you on achieving that. I'm wondering what your level of confidence is on the numbers of the 2.7 going forward. And maybe you could also speak to the process that would be embraced in terms of trying to get that to reflect, I'll say, the rate of inflation in those given years, realizing we don't know what it is right now, but I'm just wondering, based on what you're seeing with that 2.7, how reliable it is. Would be 90%, 95, 50, like just your sense.
Through the chair, apologize, I'm repeating myself. It will be a function of the outcome of collective bargaining, given that the almost, again, 98% of the budget expenditures are tied to employee-related costs. So based on assumptions that we've made with respect to collective bargaining, I would say a high level of confidence with respect to the 2.7%. With respect to the next year or two, I see our headwinds being around as we transition to returning to regular financial reporting and rebuilding the financial information. For 2026, we're going to continue to have some extraordinary pressures on employee-related costs as we continue to rebuild our financial data into our systems. So I expect that for 2026 and going into 2027, and after that period of time, back to what we would have considered a more typical or normal period pre-cyber incident.
And thank you. And just to be clear, in January 2027, which will be after the next election, my understanding is those bargaining mandates will come back to this council for approval and for our input. So there will be an opportunity for us to be part of that process in terms of ensuring that we do reflect the rate of inflation in any given year. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, council determines the bargaining mandate, and staff take that bargaining mandate away with respect to the negotiation process.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Chair, just wondering broadly, like when we start talking about the amount we're spending on IT and the number of employees we have in both in, I'll say, corporate services, more finance and IT, that whole combined group, do we have a sense, I know we don't do benchmarking, but do you have a sense in terms of dollars and headcount and maybe capital expenditures, how we're stacking up against our peer group? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, it's been a number of years that we compared relative to other municipalities. We do have benchmarks, not that we've compared ourselves in terms of size or budget. We tend to compare ourselves on performance and quality. So I'll use customer service as an example. There is regular tracking of the quality of the customer experience at municipal service centers, at the customer contact center, and I apologize, I'm getting into Director Mercanti's space here. But as well, we know our customer contact center agents, they handle on average about 12,000 calls in a year, and we know relative to comparators, that's 20% more than comparators are able to achieve with similar resources. So we do have metrics, KPIs, more so around level of service and performance. I'll say in our current environment, we're challenged to make similar comparisons. In the past, we would have measured with respect to payments within 30 days, the cost of accounts payable, an average payment. But because of our current environment and managed service agreements, it's a bit of comparing apples to oranges for us today to compare ourselves to pre-incident.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, just picking up on the theme about the expenditures or capital expenditures, having used technology as an enabler for transformation in other organizations, I always do it through business casing. And one of the power of a business case is to identify savings as well as costs. And the reason why this is important is because many times you go through project methodology, get to closure, and you don't achieve your savings because they have to be managed after you have, for example, technology put in. So you got to roll out the new processes, you got to create the new organizations, you got to manage over to those new processes. And so if you don't have a business case with savings identified at the very beginning, you lose sight of it when you get to the end. My question is, do we do business casings? Do we have those savings identified? And how do we manage towards realizing those savings? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, I think we're fighting for the microphone. I'll start and see how Joanna can speak to it. There are some business cases referenced in the budget document, but I'll cite a couple examples of business cases from the past outside of a budget process. In the past, where staff identified an opportunity to make an investment, improve the level of service with a return on investment, we would have brought those forward to council. I'll use an example, LED traffic signals, LED street lighting. The opportunity was to improve the quality of the service with a ROI of 25% or 20%, so a 5-year payback. And in the past, we brought those to council, and council would approve it, and we would do an annual report in terms of what was achieved relative to what was expected. And so that would allow for transparency or tracking of actuals relative to forecast. So that's an example of in the past where staff identified the opportunity, bring it to council, council considers it, and in the case where it's supported, there was in the past where there were examples of this annual reporting of achievements.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks very much. I think when we're talking about employee costs, there's many things to consider. Of course, national inflation is one of those things. Cost of living adjustments are another. The living wage is a third. So I wonder if staff could just comment on that. I think that we say the word inflation here, we talk about national inflation a fair bit, but what we've heard from economists, we've heard from folks around the bench, other people, that's not always an excellent indicator of the expenses a municipality incurs or how we understand budgeting, even though it's out there as a number of people use as a watermark. Could you speak to that a little bit? And then I have a second question.
Through the chair, employee-related costs represent about 50% of our costs. So it forms part of the bundle of inputs in terms of city services. What the city experienced post-pandemic was not unique. We saw this across the marketplace. Higher inflationary increases as it relates to collective bargaining. That forms one part of the pressure as it relates to employee-related costs. As a percentage, the more significant change we saw was as it relates to benefits. And it wasn't an increase in benefits that being provided to employees, but the cost of providing benefits. And the increase in benefits has been double-digit for the last number of years. So as it relates to the city's experience, not unique relative to others, and in part that's why we needed a bridging strategy, in part leveraging reserves to bridge us through post-pandemic, not only as it relates to escalation in capital projects, but some higher employee-related obligations that we had coming out of post-pandemic. I'm not sure if I've answered completely the councillor's question.
Yeah, I think based on the fact that I made a few comments beforehand and then the way he answered it was fine. I just wanted to make that point that I think it's a little more complicated than just the cost of inflation at a national level in terms of the way the city understands its budget and the costs that we incur. So I think you answered that question. My second question, which was from before, is around elections, and I wanted to ask the city clerk about this. So what I noticed you were talking about in the slides that you shared, James Agaric, or about sort of the high-level things that are going to be coming in terms of vote anywhere, other kinds of things. I just wanted to give the city clerk an opportunity to talk about the things that he'll be bringing forward under his purview. So those who don't know, the city clerk has got their own powers under the Municipal Act, I think it is, or the Municipal Elections Act, I think it is. And so just knowing when those reports are coming to council so we can see the high-level changes that are being made to the elections, because I think there's some really, really positive things that are coming. I just want to make sure that everybody is aware they're coming and understands when we'll be receiving information about them.
Through you, Chair. Yes, so to your point, the decisions before council have already been made with regards to the next election. Essentially, that is the voting method and alternative voting methods. Those decisions have been made and the bylaw passed, so it is now to myself and the elections team to operationalize that. We do have some decisions around vote anywhere and some other changes that are really aimed at making it as accessible as possible for individuals in the wards to vote, really looking at pointing out that voting is throughout October and not just on election day to make sure that everybody has that opportunity and that voting is accessible. We'll be looking to bring a report just for information, not just for members of council, but for the public in general to be aware of timelines and dates, looking to bring this probably in April, definitely before the May deadline where nominations begin.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. Just to finish up with CDO Terani, so about 50 million plus 35 million in gross capital here, 85 million, a huge amount of money. Can I humbly ask that we no longer, as a corporation, are using and defaulting to any constituents, taxpayers that are inquiring about files, information, whatever might be needed, that we can now stop defaulting using the phrase of, well, due to the cybersecurity attack, Mrs. Williams, I'm very sorry, but we don't have that information for you. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you to the chair, to Councillor Jackson. Thank you very much, and acknowledging obviously the inconvenience that causes our constituents and the ward offices themselves. I would like to give you the magic answer that you're looking for that states mission accomplished, and that will not be an ongoing, but historically, there is data that we have lost that may impact the ability to go back in time. But I would say if it's related to more recency of information, as we've rebuilt our systems, that should not be a problem going forward. But it's just like if you had a house fire or lost files in your basement due to damage that are unreadable. We don't have, in some cases, the ability to recreate all that content that may have not been recoverable as a result. But I would give you a high level of confidence that going forward, that should not be an issue for recent information to the best of the ability of the systems and data that we have and are continuing to build going forward.
Thank you, CDO Tarani. You're raising my comfort level, and the less we use and default to that phrase, even with past unfortunate circumstances, the better we'll be overall in our messaging more positively to our constituents. I'd like to go back. I want to thank Councillor Pauls for her further pursuit on the vacant unit tax. So let me understand this, because now I'm really confused. 16 FTEs at $2.2 million annual cost, and yet your funding source is $3.3 million, Director Pereira. Would I not subtract 2.2 from 3.3, leaving you a net amount of 1.1 million, or what am I missing here? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair, the 3.3 already includes the expenditures for the staff, so that is the proceeds that is available for the housing reserve conservatively, once again, that I mentioned. So the 2.2 million or 2.16 million to be exact is what we estimate for the operating expenditures. We do have capital expenditures that were there in year one, which is not going to be applicable here on.
Okay, Director, I'm not going to laboriously carry on my line of questioning. I simply am confused. So your 2.2 million is covered off some way, somehow in this corporate services budget presentation, and the 3.3 is a net amount of revenue, which you don't need to offset the 2.2 million that must be embedded in this budget some way, somehow.
GM Sigarik, do you want to try again?
So through the chair, the 3.3 represents the cost of administering and the cost of the program, including postage, staffing related costs, as well as some capital replacement. And so that represents $3.3 million. That is funded through the proceeds of the vacant unit tax. Proceeds that exceed that forecasted $3.3 million would then ultimately be transferred to the Housing Affordability Reserve for investments towards affordable housing. So again, I'm hoping that provides some clarity. The 3.3 is the expected expenditures to be offset through proceeds, vacant unit tax proceeds, and any funds in excess of that amount would be transferred to the Housing Affordability Reserve.
Thank you, GM Sigarik. I appreciate your intervention there to further clarify for me. So my conclusion, no need to respond, my conclusion, it sounds like the 3.3 is so far cost neutral, and anything over and above which we don't know potentially may go towards housing services. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have two questions, hopefully that's it. I just want to follow up on the business case conversation. So I know we get updates on the sort of the whole cyber bundle. I'm just wondering, in our next report, are we getting something that can show us we've invested $100 million and like something with some meat on the bone? I get, we don't want to get into the weeds all the time, but when we're spending $100 million in 2 years, I'd like to see something material that says we've done this. We've been able to, because everything I'm hearing is it's not going to really reduce staff. It's going to add to staff because our sophisticated things we're bringing in need people to manage it. That's what I heard, and I could be wrong. But I'd like to see how spending this $100 million to build everything back and build it back extremely more high-tech than what we currently had, because I think the CIO said 1999 was our last thing. So I get what we're trying to do. Some meat on the bone to show that we are saving or what we're getting for our money besides, hey, we're getting all this fancy stuff. It's got all the bells and whistles. Me as I've said before, a not so smart person, especially when it comes to IT, I think the chair's in the same boat. Just looking for more. Whether it's a business case, we got to be able to sell the investment besides, hey, we're really improving things. Our old stuff was from 1999. Everything we did before was no good. I don't care about before. I wasn't here. I care about now and what we're doing moving forward. So just wondering if I can get some confirmation on what that next report will look like,
So
if there is one.
Yeah, an accessible story of what we're getting from the output for the input. Mr. Tourigny.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We can definitely bring that information back, as I understand the question. Again, looking for measurable metrics as to the benefits that we've achieved through these investments, how we've moved the needle on our maturity, backed up by metrics. So between the IT group, I'll also include Director Leishman for some of that Build Back Better stuff. We'll bring that information and really show the progress that's being made in a tangible manner per the request.
I appreciate that. I think it'd be good for us as stewards of that money when we're speaking to our residents, if there are any that are going to ask that. But I just think it's prudent on our end to have some pretty good examples of the benefits of this money.
Councillor Spatafora, before you continue, I wanted to recognize GM Zagarek because I think he wanted to add.
Okay, GM, don't take my two. I got only 2 minutes left, GM. Don't take it all.
Yeah. Very quickly, the program areas can feed into that report. We heard yesterday from GM Prasad some of the efficiencies gained as it relates to development, building, and planning that could form part of that report back. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jim. And I would say we would want to include everything from every department, right? So we can truly show the picture of what this investment does for the entire city. It's not just an IT thing, it's a citywide thing, and hopefully every department can lean in on that reporting. Last question for me is for GM Zagarek, and I'm sure he'll eat up the rest of my time, but that's okay. GM, I've been asking this question a lot, and I know I don't know if I'm going to get the answer I'm looking for, but reserve balances. We have a financial system that I believe is not where it needs to be yet, moving in the right direction, but it's not there. When we talk about reserve balances, do we know what they are? And if we don't, how do we continually spend reserve money without knowing the true balance of what's in there? Through you, Chair, and that is my last question.
Through the chair, we are tracking reserve balances manually. Until we've gone through the rebuild and inputted all of the information into the system, can we say with accuracy whether or not those manual estimates, the degree of accuracy? So yes, program areas are tracking reserve balances. In the case of corporate services, we track unallocated capital, tax stabilization, DC. Once we go through the rebuild and inputting that information in financial system, we'll have a degree of certainty as it relates to those estimates.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. So you are extremely confident that we're not spending more money that's in the reserve based on the inaccuracy. I understand. All I want to know is if there's $10 in the reserve, we're not spending 12 because we haven't added up all those manual things.
Through the chair, we're doing our best in terms of managing it. There is a degree of accuracy. I can't say we are 100%, we feel, but there's a high degree of accuracy. But until we get that information into a system, can I say with confidence what the reserve balances are.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, guys.
Councillor Beatty, first time.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And forgive the granularity of the question. It was kind of triggered by a comment or a question that Councillor Kretsch, who unfortunately is now leaving the room, asked earlier. You're welcome to stay, Cameron. I just had a question. It was a 311 related question. And it got me thinking because I had been reading through the detail sheets, and I'm nowhere near through all 1,256 of them, but making my way through. And there was a project scenario summary, page 38, 350-255-7007 is the ID number, if anybody wants to follow along. And it pertained to a customer relationship management platform, automation of manual processes, mobile-friendly public portal that allows users access 24/7, yada, 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 standardizing processes to ensure consistency and productivity improvements, faster resolution for the public, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm looking at this. There was a portion that I believe comes from previously approved funds pre the 2026 budget. There's also an allotment of $146,000, give or take, for this budget. But is this an example of something that is embedded into the 311, or is this a different process? And then I guess I start to wonder, are we building two systems at the same time that are not necessarily connected? So can we elaborate a little more in this forum? And I apologize, I've given no warning of the question to staff, but maybe they're able to, off the top of their heads, enlighten us into what's 311, what's a CRM, how do the two interface? And we do have pre-approved funding for some of these that has already been set aside. How are we spending those? Just a little more elaboration.
Yep, thank you. I got it.
Through you, Chair, thank you for the question. Sorry, I couldn't find the reference that you were alluding to.
I can give it to you again if it's helpful.
Sure, just to make sure I'm giving you the right factual information.
Page 38 of the capital detail sheets, and it's project ID 3502557007, BBB Corporate Relationship Management CRM Platform.
Okay, yes, thank you. So that is our enterprise CRM solution. We did have a multi-year capital plan for it, including a phased out approach. So as I indicated earlier, our CRM platform that runs both our back-end customer contact center, as well as, for example, the VUT declaration portal, the pieces that are coming about, like I want to submit a waste bulk pickup, I want to file a complaint, I want to ask the city a question. That's all one system. We tend to call it CRM. The intent is that that is our 311 platform from a technology perspective as one and the same. And that is our enterprise solution that we're trying to leverage in as many areas across the city as possible. There is on occasion, there may be some specialized use cases. I would look for, like example, fire, where they have very unique workflows that are internal to them. There's some exceptions here or there, but in general, you even heard GM Kennedy speak to the 198,000 items that were processed to support public works. It wasn't stated maybe as obviously then. That is running on that same CRM platform that we implemented over the past year and a bit.
So then in terms of, thank you for the answer, I appreciate that, by the way. Through you, Chair, in terms of our Build Back Better strategy is, I guess what I'm trying to determine, what struck me is that there's pre-approved funding from the past. It doesn't necessarily speak to, it just says pre-2026, $2 million set aside. And is that embedded in the Build Back Better program? Was this an older project that precedes the cyber attack that is still just kind of lingering? How does it all fit together, I think is my question. And I'm just trying to make sure that we're not inadvertently, we've lost track of a program that is now maybe possibly redundant because we're going in a different direction. How does it all fit together?
Through the chair to you, Councillor. We had initiated some of this development because our previous CRM solution, I believe, was 10 years old. So we phased this work. So the original phase 0 was sort of build the foundation piece to help stand up. And then through Build Back Better, we've identified additional scope work that wasn't part of that foundation building that then, built the house, the frame, the windows, the doors, and now we're actually adding the services inside that house. I don't know if that's a good enough analogy, but so the pre-work was done because we had, prior to cyber, even identified the need for the replacement of our legacy solution. But in terms of the scope of work that we identified, we'd broken it out into chunks. So phase 0, if you want to call it, would be under a previous capital approval, and then we've added more scope to it to address some of the other shortcomings that were identified that we wanted to implement from a technology perspective.
Thank you, and I think I understand. Thank you for the alliteration too. I'm a practical kind of thinker. I'm not 100% sure that I'm still understanding what the illustration that the director gave in terms of we were building a frame before the fire, which is the cyber attack. And I'm just trying to understand if after the fire, what happened to the frame? Do the windows still fit?
Yeah, I understand what you're,
That's really where I'm going from. And if this was an older business plan, how does it relate to the current direction?
Yep.
And I'm not 100% sure if I follow where that was going.
I think this is a question I had, so I'm nodding in acknowledgement.
Sure.
I would like to see if we can get a go at this one more time, and then if there's still some fuzziness, take it off.
Absolutely.
Behind,
Yeah, I
and then
appreciate
maybe you could obviously revisit it when we get to the future deliberations.
Fair enough, Chair.
GM
Yes.
Zagarek.
Through the chair, I'll maybe invite Director McCanty to speak to the structure of the home and whether the windows fit.
Through the chair, I will say the windows fit. And let me just explain a bit about the journey. As Cyrus Tran mentioned, originally we knew we'd have to replace the CRM, Customer Relationship Management Platform. That was prior to the cyber incident. When the cyber incident happened, we had to pivot very quickly because that was one of the systems that was impacted. So we very quickly, and kudos to the amazing work of staff, stood up a temporary customer relationship management system so the city can work through and take service requests during that very difficult time. Moving forward, and once again, thanks to the great work of staff, our vendor, and IT, we have been able to prop up and stand up a customer relationship management system that is being heavily utilized across the city by various departments. And when you talk about 311, that's the cornerstone of 311. There was a couple of steps. The first step is get the internal system in so we could take service requests, follow them up, track them. And when a resident calls, they would actually get a service request number. So if they called back, we were able to pull up their information and see what has transpired with regards to their request. So the great news is we sort of built the back of the house first. And then, as Cyrus mentioned, the My Hamilton is actually built on that platform as well. So now residents will be able to go online and place service requests. And when they place service requests, they'll see the steps that they have to take in order to complete the service request, and then they'll be able to look up and see the status of their service request. So that's the journey that we're on right now. We've started as far as an initial launch. With regards to the My Hamilton, the great news is whether you're online or whether you're on the phone or whether you visit one of our amazing municipal service centers, our reps will be able to see the same information. It's the first time that the city's been able to do that across multiple channels. So from a 311 perspective, it doesn't matter whether you call, come into a center, or go online, you're going to be able to see your service requests and the status of those requests. Do we still have a path to go with regards to maturing that system? Absolutely. Is there an opportunity to push forward the 311, the phone number? Absolutely. But we're well on our way to putting in a very robust 311 program for the city of Hamilton.
Very final comment, Chair.
Okay.
If I understand correctly, then the $146,697 increase proposed for 2026 therefore pertains to some of the maybe course correction or additional things needed for this particular piece. This is like one window of the house. and it needs a little more minutia to get into it.
Can we have an oral acknowledgement of that so that folks who are following online?
Through the chair, you are correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Clark, please.
Good morning, Chair. So I really appreciate all the work that's been done on the budget, all the data that we've received, and it's been several hundred pages in total. To me, it looks like we have the data. So can I ask, what's the update on the audited financial statements?
So through the chair, staff are continuing to rebuild the financial data, and in parallel, our external auditors are working with city staff with respect to the 2023 audited financial statements. And I'll draw on our external auditors' comments back in December in terms of their audit plan. And what they described to committee and council on December the 4th is, again, 2023 audit is underway. A plan management to start and complete the 2024 audit is Q2 of 2026. And a move in 2025 audit is August or September of 2026. So 2023 underway. Those dates with respect to 2024 is the start of the audit process. I believe that the external auditor was referencing the Q2 of 2026. And then with respect to 2025 is August or September start in 2026. And I'll ask Director Hesmer if there's anything she would like to expand on or clarify, please.
Thank you, Mike. Through the chair, to Councillor Clark's question, I can provide an update on the 2023 audit. So I have been working very closely with the auditors on that audit. As our partner communicated at AFNA back in December, this audit is more extensive. There's a lot more work happening. So through that, they have been, there's certain parts of the audit they've gone through and completed testing, which is great news. There was other areas they're still working through. In my communication with the auditor yesterday, we should have more of an update on the timing of the actual statements coming forward. We're supposed to get a list of samples today, and that's dependent on those samples. Then we'll have a better idea of how long it will be to get a report forward to AFNA. Not sure if that answered the question and give you an exact date, but great progress is being made.
Chair, I'm happy to hear that. So when we talk about actuals, that's what's slowing the process for 2023, but we, of course, will need actuals for 24 and 25. So this year's budget, are we able to provide actuals? Or is it the case that because we don't have the other ones, we can't provide this one yet?
Through the chair, I think yes to both. So with respect to the building of our 2024-2025, we need that foundation starting with 2023, then build on to 2024, and then 2025. We did provide a variance report in September with respect to our forecast for 2025 actuals, and staff are working again towards a year-end unaudited variance, again, end of Q1, early Q2, that we would report in terms of our forecast for 2025, but that would be unaudited, and we've done this in the past.
Thank you for that. Second question. I've heard cyber costs and I've heard Build Back Better costs. So in your next report that's dealing with the cyber issue, can you or will you be able to differentiate what were costs that were required to deal with the cyber attack and what were costs that we are implementing for Build Back Better, because the two are not necessarily the same.
Through the chair, yes, happy to make sure we make that clearer for council.
I appreciate that. Last question, Chair. I heard this morning about My Hamilton, and that residents can log into My Hamilton and request service requests. Can I ask staff to look into whether or not those service requests can be copied to the ward offices? The Information Privacy Commission said we couldn't have access to the city's systems, but I'm wondering if we can get clarity, because the challenge is residents call us thinking we already know about this, and we know nothing about it because there's been no copy to the office.
Through the chair, we can work with our clerk's department to see what's possible on that front.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and through the chair, I have just two questions. The first one about the election. I see that last year we did a pilot on online voting for Ward 4, and I remember seeing the results that were very small amount of people that actually voted. I just wanted to be clear, we are not going on online voting this term, this year, are we?
GM Zagarek?
Through the chair, I'll invite the clerk just to remind council of the decision council has made with respect to the 2026 municipal election.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, council did not approve online voting as an alternative method for 2026.
Good, that's all I needed to know, thank you. My last question, and of course, is about the vacant tax, and it'll be my last question, and I just want to know, and if it's not proper, just tell me, do we have, how many homes have been restored for a housing supply? How many of the 3,000, I hear we have 3,000 vacant homes, assumingly, have been restored for housing supplies?
Through the chair, that the ability to do that analysis is going to be dependent on a multiple year program. So again, with 1 year, not able to make that determination, but through a multiple year program, staff would be able to identify the change in occupancy status and whether or not this program or other factors contributed to a change in occupancy.
Thank you for that. The reason I ask this is that I have a picture of a vacant home on Upper James. It's actually next door to my hairdresser. And every time I get my hair done, he goes, that vacant home should be demolished. So I'm wondering, with the demolition policies that we're having, if that affects the vacant home. I just would love to know how many homes are vacant because they need to be demolished. Every home that I've been, that it's all boarded up, of course it's vacant. So I would like to know how many are dilapidated and need to come down, because that house on Upper James has been there 15 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I'd just like to know if we could have that.
I'm not sure that is a budget question.
It is a budget because why isn't it a budget?
I think it's a program question, and I'm wondering if you could work with staff, if you'd like a report per the program, bring it back to a standing committee, if that would be okay, just because we have finance staff. And we don't
Okay. I just want to say, first of all, I do want to thank Clayton, though. He has helped me so much every time a resident calls and trying to understand this vacant tax. So I personally want to say thank you, because I've called him many times. People want to know what's going on and what houses are vacant. And that's why my question is like that. So thank you. If you want me to take it offline, I will. Thanks.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to go back to a question Councillor Clark was asking around our statement. So I understand why a balance sheet and a statement of changes can't be created because it relies on past periods. But when we start looking at 2025 and let's say essentially the income statement, those numbers aren't dependent on previous periods. And so we think of a budget as we go into 2026, those are created for a period of 26. We see a restated budget for 25. But when I think about the actuals for 25, there's no dependency on the actuals for an income statement to a previous period. So I'll ask the question that Councillor Clark was asking, why can't we produce that the actuals for 2025, what dependency is there on a previous period related to those numbers through you, Chair?
Through the chair, it is the projected actuals we are working towards producing for end of Q1 and start of Q2, unaudited projections. And this would be a complement to the report we produced in September, which was a forecast as of May 31st.
Thank you. So we're saying that until we get, to the end of March, we won't be able to produce that information, which in my mind is vital to what we're working through right now. Because if you don't have your actuals for 2025 and now you're running off your budget from 2025 and trying to come up with 2026, there's a lot of questions there, and it's not really giving us the information we need to make a decision around our 2026 budget. And so I'll just put that out to council to say, do we have the information we need to actually be able to conclude this budget process before we see the actuals from 25? Thank you, Chair.
GM Zagarek, did you wish to add any more on the actual thing?
Nope. Through the chair, again, I would just remind committee and council that the September report provided a forecast, and I appreciate it. It was as of May 31st. And again, that staff are working in parallel with the budget process and other competing demands to produce a forecast for 2025 year end. And again, we're working towards end of Q1, start of Q2. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questions? Seeing none. To receive this presentation, moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. A show of hands, all in favor, or if you're opposed, please indicate. Okay, that carries. I'm in your hands, committee. We have one additional report from the city manager's office. It's 11:45. Would you like a small break? Would you like a lunch break? There is no lunch. There is lunch today. It is, do you know if it's present? It just arrived. Okay, so how about we break for a lunch so everybody can enjoy themselves for 30 minutes, moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Jackson, and we'll meet back here at 12:15, please and thank you. Good afternoon. We just had a small break for lunch and we're back at it. This is the General Issues Committee budget. This afternoon we'll be receiving the City Manager's Office 2026 presentation. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. And City Manager Marnie Clucky.
Through you, Madam Chair, City Manager Marnie Clucky. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Given this is the last departmental presentation, I'm going to begin by reinforcing a message you've heard throughout this week. All departmental budgets have been developed to reflect our shared commitment to responsible decision-making, affordability, and investments that support a thriving Hamilton. We recognize that these continue to be challenging times, and residents and businesses are facing real economic pressures, particularly related to the cost of living. And against that backdrop, departments have strived for a careful balance, meeting service demands while responsibly managing public funds. Across the organization, staff have worked diligently to identify efficiencies, right-size operations where appropriate, and maximize the value of every dollar, all with the goal of keeping Hamilton affordable today while remaining financially sustainable over the long term. And staff have worked to ensure the investments included in this budget are focused on what matters most to Hamiltonians, maintaining essential services, renewing critical infrastructure, supporting community safety and well-being, and enabling the city's continued growth and quality of life. So before moving into the details of the City Manager's Office budget, I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the broader effort of this work. I'd like to thank staff across all departments and our finance team, of course, for their dedication and collaboration throughout the budget process. I also want to thank the Mayor for providing clear direction through the Mayor's directive, the Budget Chair and Vice Chair for their leadership throughout, and of course all members of Council for the thoughtful and difficult decisions that this process will require. And so with that broader context, I'll now provide an overview of the City Manager's Office and the services that we support. This is an opportunity for me to remind Council of the directors and the sections in the CMO. These functions are additional to and complement the work of the general managers that you heard about this week. This team includes Human Resources, which is led by Executive Director Laura Fontana, the Office of the Auditor General, led by Charles Brown, Communications and Engagement, led by Director Heather Anderson, and Government Relations, led by Director Chris Phillips, as well as our Enterprise Portfolio Management and Transformation team that's led by Director Pat Leishman. She's unfortunately not well today. She's joined us virtually, so she'll be able to answer questions later on if needed, but she's not present with us today. And I do want to also acknowledge CEO Adam Swedland from City Housing Hamilton. Although his budget is not reflected in this, he's part of the CMO team, so I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge him. Collectively, these teams deliver a number of key services and provide strategic leadership and coordination organization-wide, as outlined in the next several slides. So just before moving on, I want to take a moment to extend my sincere gratitude, first to Ashley and everyone on the finance team, as well as the directors and staff across the CMO for the tremendous work that went into preparing this budget. Special thanks also to Rebecca in my office for her ongoing support of the budget process. The city's human resources function and Office of the Auditor General play a critical role in the city's operations and stewardship. Through audits, reviews, and investigations, the Auditor General strengthens accountability, ensures resources are used effectively, and supports continuous improvement, helping to reduce costs and improve service delivery. And human resources plays a vital role in attracting and retaining talent. So we have the strong team that we have today, building a healthy workplace culture, fostering strong labor relations, and ensuring the city is positioned with a future-ready workforce. This work underpins our ability to deliver services reliably and sustainably. And this slide highlights services that connect the city externally and strengthen our decision-making. Government relations ensures that Hamilton's voice is heard with provincial and federal partners. It supports the mayor and councillors at intergovernmental tables, and it helps secure funding and policy outcomes that help to reduce the pressures on the municipal tax base. Community initiatives and engagement ensure that residents have meaningful opportunities to participate in decision-making, supported by Engage Hamilton and consistent engagement practices and tools that build our organizational capacity. The City Enrichment Fund administers the city's community grants program, providing support to community-based initiatives and ensuring funding is distributed fairly and transparently. And then we also have partnerships, including City Lab and corporate partnerships that extend the city's capacity by leveraging external expertise, innovation, and resources to deliver better outcomes. These services ensure that the city remains connected and collaborative, as well as well-positioned to advance council priorities. Let's see. Oh, there we go. The 3 additional corporate functions that support the organization are communications, enterprise portfolio management and transformation, and digital innovation. Communication plays a key role in ensuring that information is clear and timely and accessible, both for staff and residents. Digital innovation supports the modernization of city services by exploring the new tools and digital platforms and encouraging innovation in how services are designed and delivered. This work is closely connected to IT, the portfolio and transformation team, and communications to ensure that digital initiatives are user-focused and accessible. The Enterprise Portfolio Management and Transformation team is a small but mighty team whose impact is amplified through collaboration. So this team provides the structure, coordination, and governance for major cross-departmental projects, helping to manage risk, align priorities, and keep complex work moving forward. Their role is to enable and support departments, ensuring that projects are delivered in a coordinated, disciplined, and transparent way. So together, these functions support our service delivery, effective collaboration, and continuous improvement. And just before walking through the proposed 2026 budget, I'm going to take a few minutes to highlight some of the key accomplishments that we've had from the past year and how this work has advanced Council's priorities. Under the priority of sustainable economic and ecological development, effective government relations and advocacy has helped reduce pressure on residential taxpayers. The city was well represented at AMO, ROMA, OBCM, and FCM, and staff have supported elected officials in advancing the strategic priorities with senior governments. This advocacy resulted in provincial funding for some long-term care expansion, affordable housing, culture and tourism, as well as federal investments in transit, housing, and support for tariff-impacted industries. We also advanced the growth of key sectors through completion of the Connected Community Strategy and the Broadband Strategy, positioning Hamilton for future investment and competitiveness. Well, strong fiscal oversight and discipline management remains a core focus of the organization in the CMO's office. The Office of the Auditor General strengthened oversight through value for money audits and investigations, issuing 7 audits and assessing 148 fraud and waste reports, and achieving recoveries of over $500,000. Corporate partnerships generated more than $1.25 million in cash and in-kind value, executing and managing over 50 partnerships that supported multiple initiatives that were across many city divisions. And Human Resources introduced workforce KPI dashboards to support our evidence-based decision-making and successfully negotiated collective agreements within the council-approved financial mandates. Over the past year, City Lab has supported 36 collaborative projects involving city staff, McMaster University, Mohawk College, and Redeemer University. And these projects address issues such as climate change, protection of green spaces and water, transportation, improvements to mobility, accessibility, and road safety, and removing barriers to youth employment, among others. By leveraging the expertise of students and faculty and city staff, we're able to create innovative, community-driven solutions that benefit residents and businesses alike. The Community Safety Summit, initiated by the Mayor, was delivered successfully with integrated communications and strong engagement, resulting in a fully booked event. And support was also provided for downtown revitalization, including coordinated transportation, beautification, and safety efforts, as well as support for the TD Coliseum opening, which is a major downtown destination and catalyst for development. And internally, workplace health and safety was strengthened through standardized OHS reporting, targeted bulletins, learning programs, and risk assessments. I'm going to have to try the laptop instead. It seems that the mouse is not working anymore. So the city remains committed to transparency, responsiveness, and accountability. Public participation in decision-making expanded throughout 2025, including 36 engagement projects to enhance community involvement and reaching over 100,000 residents, ensuring people could participate in ways that worked for them. This included the 2026 budget engagement activities with in-person and virtual sessions, surveys, and virtual tools in a way that had never been done before at the city. The Mayor's Task Force on Transparency, Access, and Accountability was supported by the CMO and delivered its consultation report in 2025, with many actions either complete or underway and further updates planned. Work continued to improve access and evidence-based decision-making, including 17 new open data sets, updating the open data policy, and also further developing HR dashboards and KPIs. A citywide continuous improvement program was reviewed and strengthened with a launch planned for 2026. And efforts to build a high-performing public service continued through initiatives like the Our People Survey, leadership development, a new corporate mentorship program, updates to the staff code of conduct, and improvements in talent acquisition. The Bamboo HR talent acquisition system provided an easier, more intuitive, and customer-focused experience, contributing to a 29% increase in applications. In 2025, work began on an enterprise customer experience strategy, which included selecting a vendor through an RFP and identifying current service delivery channels. The portfolio and transformation teams supported numerous cross-departmental projects that directly enable improvements to the customer experience and continue to do so. That includes providing oversight and coordination for the Build Back Better projects that are rebuilding and modernizing foundational systems across the organization, and we'll talk about them a little bit later. By helping departments advance work on systems such as asset management and building permits, development applications, and licensing, as well as customer-facing platforms, the team is supporting more reliable, efficient, and consistent service delivery for residents. A Six Sigma Black Belt project identified key drivers of service quality, including communication, procedures, and expectations. And communications capacity was strengthened through coordinated projects, consistent branding, and embedded accessibility roles. In 2026, some of the priorities will include developing citywide service standards, implementing near-term improvements, and adopting a plain language standard. It will also include staff training to deliver a more consistent and accessible customer experience. So we want to share with you how we've done in coordinating and advancing the inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility into the organization. Advancing IDEA is essential to building a more equitable and inclusive and thriving city. And we are committed to embedding the IDEA principles in our workplace and our community. I'll list a few of the 2025 accomplishments, but I won't go through them all. In 2025, the team focused on building organizational capacity. So the organization rolled out IDEA training modules, and it had strong employee participation. We strengthened digital accessibility, including lunch and learn sessions and activities that were tied to the National Accessibility Awareness Week. And we advanced inclusive employment practices through external partnerships. For example, CNIB's Come to Work program to reduce barriers and expand pathways into the organization. All of this with a goal of making sure that we have inclusive employment opportunities and we're reducing hiring barriers. In 2026, we'll roll out further IDEA training modules, continuing to deepen the understanding and moving from awareness to application in the organization. And we'll complete the AODA gap analysis to provide a roadmap for compliance and continuous improvement in this area. And of course, we'll also be championing and supporting the development of the equity-based budgeting, which ensures equity considerations are built into how resources are allocated and decisions are made. Okay, so on to the proposed tax operating budget. As all of my colleagues have presented previously on the mayoral directive, I won't go through that again, but I will highlight that the departments themselves also were asked through the GM and myself to target a very modest operating increase through the department budgets to ensure that we could meet the 4.25% target. So we attempted to achieve 1.3% throughout, and you will have seen how we did in those efforts through the other budget presentations. So the CMO's gross budget is $20.2 million, and it is funded primarily through the property tax levy at 97%, with the remaining 3% supported by corporate sponsorships and partnerships such as City Lab, which generate additional revenues. So we'll continue to actively pursue alternative funding sources and opportunities to help reduce pressure on the property tax levy. In this chart, the overall breakdown of the tax operating by division is shown. And after our work on mitigation options, the CMO's net operating budget increase for 2025 is just 1%. This is after, of course, accounting for labor cost increases and collective agreement obligations. As you see in the CMO office line, the largest decrease in that budget stems from the savings attributed to the reduction of FTE, which we'll talk about in the next slide as well. So you have seen in all of the city departmental presentations earlier this week that achieving the mayor's budget directive required all departments to look very carefully for opportunities to right-size operations. And as part of this work, departments reviewed their org structures to identify efficiencies and any areas of potential duplication. Through that review, the CMO identified 3 positions that are proposed for reductions, and these reductions are being achieved through consolidation of responsibilities and are expected to have minimal to no impact on internal service delivery. As shown, our 2026 proposed FTA variance reflects an overall complement decrease of 2.2%, resulting in savings of approximately $400,000 to support the city's affordability target. I'll also just pause here for a moment to point out the Enterprise Portfolio Management and Transformation team, because those are temporary resources funded across departments and not included in the total FTE counts. You might have noticed on the last slide that identified as a zero budget, and that's because it's allocated corporately, given that it supports the organization at large. It's also probably a good time to remind Council that those 12, as well as an additional 20.25 had been funded as part of the cyber resiliency, the Build Back Better. And so there was no budgetary impact of those. When we approached in 2025, the Build Back Better, part of our mandate was to make sure that there wasn't additional pressure on the budget from the resources that were doing the work for that. So of those, we used an HR resourcing strategy to look at vacancy management, realignment, restructures, and gapping targets so that we could fill those positions in that way without impacting the levy. This slide provides a summary of the drivers behind the 1% net operating budget increase, and this is categorized by cost type. You'll see in the slide that the primary drivers are employee-related costs, driven by cost of living adjustments and other labor-related expenses. These pressures are partially offset by other cost categories, as shown in the pie chart, and are inclusive of the budget mitigation strategies, which I will speak about on the next slide. Turning to the operating budget mitigation strategies, the CMO has reduced its operating budget by approximately $600,000, which represents a 3.5% decrease from when we presented the outlook. These reductions were achieved through a combination of staffing adjustments, operating expense reductions, and increased revenues. First, the review of the FTE complement resulted in the reduction of 3 FTE positions, as I mentioned earlier, for approximately a $400,000 reduction. And then second, a line-by-line review was conducted of operating expenses, which identified $64,000 in operating expense reductions. And that was savings in materials and supplies, consulting, memberships, and things like that. So it aligned more closely with the current cost realities. And we also identified an additional $88,000 in employee-related expenses, right-sizing by aligning costs more closely with actual operational needs. Overall, these measures reflect a disciplined approach to right-sizing, efficiency, and fiscal responsibility, while maintaining the capacity that's required for us to deliver those core services and supports that the corporation requires. And as always, in addition to the current year, we monitor pressures and risks in future years. So overall, you'll see that the primary drivers for the multi-year outlook relate to the inflationary adjustments, collective agreement employee-related costs, corporate facility costs, and then they're partially offset by revenues and ongoing efficiency efforts. This is very similar to what you will have seen earlier today in the corporate services presentation. Now, the City Manager's Office has a relatively small capital budget comparatively to the rest of the city's budget, totaling $19.9 million gross. And this slide provides a high-level summary of what that budget includes, and there are 4 main components. The first is the Build Better, which is $17.1 million and 100% levy funded. The Portfolio and Transformation Office has oversight of this and the Build Back Better projects, which support our work to build back after the cyber incident, so the 21 projects. The focus is on rebuilding and modernizing the core applications, accelerating planned work, and replacing systems that are end of life or pose operational risk to the organization. And they are largely the foundational systems that every organization requires or every municipality requires. So a few examples are the enterprise resource planning, the asset management, and permits and licensing, as well as some of those other supports we've talked about in the past, like fire and emergency response and CAD, transit scheduling, and things of that nature. Collectively, these systems are foundational because they ensure that we have system stability, security, and service continuity. Rather than introducing service expansions, they're just the core things that are required. Then the second item is for the Transformation Office is $700,000, and that would be levy funded as well. This funding supports programs and process efficiency work, and it's intended for structured, time-limited improvements and initiatives. So things like how services are delivered, reducing delays, errors, and rework, addressing audit and compliance issues, and things of that nature. So this approach would help avoid future cost pressures by addressing inefficiencies upstream rather than reacting to them later. And it also helps to avoid recurring costs such as overtime, service disruptions, or other inefficiencies, and helping us to strengthen our accountability. The third is the enterprise time and attendance system for $1.9 million, and that investment focuses on improving efficiency and accuracy in payroll processing, reducing errors and reducing manual work, and it helps to support the modern workforce planning, including real-time tracking and better resource management. So this investment supports both operational accuracy and effective workforce management. And lastly, there's an item for $200,000 for AODA, and this funding is intended to support the city's ongoing compliance with the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, for advancing more inclusive and accessible services and spaces, and for building capacity to respond to growing expectations and gaps that we might have in terms of accessibility. So overall, this capital budget is focused on stability, on efficiency, and ensuring the city's core systems and processes remain reliable, compliant, and able to support service delivery now and into the future. You'll see that for the CMO, this is quite a simple one compared to some of the other departments. We have a funding breakdown of $19.9 million gross capital being 100% levy funded. And the city manager's office budget represents the smallest portion of the city's overall budget. Out of the 4.25% overall tax levy impact, it is just 0.02% of the impact, so it shows up as zero because of rounding. While small in scale, though, it plays a critical role in enabling progress on council's strategic priorities and supporting service delivery across the departments, strengthening accountability and ensuring the efficient and coordinated operation of the organization. So since this is the last departmental presentation, as I wrap up the CMO budget, I'd like to just provide a quick summary. This shows the net levy impacts across the city departments for the 2026 proposed tax budget. What's important to me to highlight here is the collective result. Across the organization, the departments worked within constrained parameters to support the overall affordability objective. On average, the departmental net levy increases were held to approximately 2.1%. And that's despite the ongoing inflationary pressures, labor cost increases, and service demands. So this outcome reflects a high degree of discipline and prioritization across the departments, and it demonstrates that the organization really worked together, applying various mitigation strategies, right-sizing, and efficiency measures to support the mayor's direction and deliver the overall 4.25% residential tax increase that was requested. So rather than looking at any one department in isolation, this slide is about telling the story of the corporate effort that went into this to balance affordability, to protect core services, and to maintain financial sustainability. So with that, I want to offer one more additional thank you to the staff across the organization for the work that went into achieving this. I like to conclude where I begin, which is with the thank you. So I'm just going to return to the principles that guided the development of this budget process. The 2026 tax budget delivers on the directive by achieving a 4.25% residential tax increase. It does so while protecting the essential services that residents rely on every day. And its attempt is to reflect a balance, responding to the affordability pressures, continuing to invest steadily in critical infrastructure, and supporting community safety and well-being. So from an organizational perspective, it represents a shared effort of all the teams involved, many months of collaboration across departments, boards, and agencies, and a collective commitment to disciplined financial management and responsible decision-making. So a sincere thank you from me to all staff in the organization for their work that went into this, for their discipline and collaboration and professionalism, and again, a thank you to the mayor, our chairs, and council for the difficult decisions that I know are before you. I'm happy to take any questions now. Oh, but if it's okay with the chair, I'll return to the bench.
Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. City Manager Clucky, thank you very much for your presentation. Second department that has come in at a very prudent amount of 1% for this year and not backloading onto 2027, responsible 2.7% as well. So I commend you. And again, as I've said with every departmental presentation this week, that started with General Manager Zagaric a week ago today. Right-sizing, contract efficiencies, reduction of staff, less reliance on reserves, affordability, top of mind. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Fourth year of our term. Can I ask you a couple of questions, please, on the slide 26, City Manager Clucky? 3 quick questions. Modernizing attendance system, 1.9 million. Please help me understand, do we not know where our staff are, how hard they're working? Here at the hall, still a hybrid. We have, I think, a mixed, still 2-day, 3-day plan. I'm trying to understand why you need $1.9 million to better manage staff resources. Through you, Budget Chair, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, and I'll start by saying, yes, we do know where our staff are, and we make sure everyone's working efficiently. But I'll turn it over to our Executive Director to talk in more detail about that one.
Thank you, through the chair. And if I can take this opportunity to introduce my HR leadership team, Jody Kosh, Director of Talent and Diversity, Yakov Shlukenkov, Director of Employee Health and Labor Relations, and Nancy Koka, Director of HR Systems and Operations. Thank you for the question, Councillor. The enterprise time and attendance system is really to consolidate multiple different systems across the organization to improve the processes, and particularly, and in making it one enterprise system, it's aimed to reduce redundancies, particularly with respect to elimination of time cards, as an example, so that we can increase our accuracy in tracking time and attendance, better reporting, and particularly overtime management as well. And we spoke about that earlier this year in terms of having a good idea of the overtime work so that the systems don't overpay or underpay, and then we've got to reconcile. And that's part of the pay harmonization initiative that we're also undertaking. So this is really a matter of improving our technology so that we can have a time and attendance scheduling system that is reflective of the hours worked and the forecasting as well, so that we have accurate reporting and accurate pays particularly.
Okay, Dee Fontana, thank you very much, and I've always been very respectful and in admiration of your leadership in HR. Second question through you, Budget Chair Wilson. The 21 Build Better projects for 17 mil about new technology. Now, we just had the last presentation, City Manager Clucky, of 35 million more in capital for CDO Terani's division, on top of the 50 million earlier. So is this another 17 million to help technology? Can you elaborate and explain, please? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Through you, Madam Chair. So this represents part of that overall work, the part that is being led by the Transformation Office, and was part of the plan, the multi-year plan that had been presented to Council previously related to Build Back Better and cyber resiliency. I'll also turn it over to Director Pat Leishman to add to that.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Pat Leishman, Director of Enterprise Portfolio Management. Last year, if you recall, Councillor, we presented the 21 projects that were required to help restore the city, and we presented them out of categories that included those required for recovery, projects that were in progress but impacted by cyber, as well as our opportunity to take end-of-life technology that had been impacted by cyber and advance that. So in other words, doing work now that was needing to be done in the future anyway, as well as those applications that were at end of life or approaching end of life. So those 21 projects were presented last year, and they are multi-year projects. So they were presented as a 25, 26, 27 multi-year plan. And there's a variety of different applications in there that are being addressed, from our new enterprise resource planning module or system that we're just starting to implement, as well as things like asset management. There's some projects in there for fire, but it's all related to or occurring because of cyber, but also would have had to, for the most part, been done anyway because of the end of life of many of our applications.
Thanks, Director Leishman, and I hope you get better real soon. I have one last question, Budget Chair Wilson, so you don't have to worry about putting Jackson back on a second time, but I'm not here to take somebody else's time as a first time. You know, I wish you did that wave more often towards me. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Last question through you to City Clerk, City Manager Clucky. 700 grand to improve the customer experience. Now, I would like to think this corporation is all about supreme customer service, exemplary customer service. It should be paramount in our minds. Why do you need $700,000 to try to improve that? That's my last question, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. This funding is intended to help us in terms of finding efficiencies and opportunities to improve our service delivery. So sometimes you need the funding so that you can look at the way that you're doing things and find better ways to do it. We do intend also to track any of the efficiencies. And when I say efficiencies this time, I'm talking about opportunities for savings and cost avoidance so that we could demonstrate those savings in future years in upcoming budgets.
Thank you, City Manager Clucky. Thanks so much, Budget Chair.
Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, City Manager and your team for the presentation. First question, I'm just looking for clarification. I seen there was 12 FTs that are part of the enterprise, I can't remember the second name, management and the transformation team. I think I seen 12, but then you mentioned that's in addition to the current complement. What is the total complement of this team? I thought I heard 20, there's 22 and then there's 12 more that are spread out through the other departments. What's the total complement of the EPM and transformation team?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn that over to Pat Leishman. She'll do a better job of it than I.
Thank you.
Chair, the total complement in the Transformation Office, Enterprise Portfolio Management and Transformation Office is 12. The other resources that I believe City Manager Clucky were referring to were some of the other resources as part of the Build Back Better or Build Better program that are through IT. But the actual office itself is 12.
Okay, so the 12 is what your office complement and the other 22 that were referenced support that office through the IT department? Does that make sense?
Very collaboratively on the projects through the chair.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have two more questions. My next question is in regard, I don't know the page of the budget book, but there is a line item in the budget book that I believe calls for $1 million in funding every year for the next 10 years for the transformation team. Can I get some clarification on what that funding is for through you, Chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, that funding is actually the $700,000. So in the second iteration, when we were looking for additional mitigations, we reduced it from $1 million to $700,000. The ongoing is unknown at this time, but was held as a placeholder.
Okay, so just to confirm, those placeholders in 27, 28 could be reduced, increased, or could be eliminated altogether?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Last question for me, Chair, and I think it'll be for GM Zegeric, but I'll let the city manager direct it. Slide 31 was kind of a overview of everything, all our departments and where we landed. I believe it was 2.1%. Could I get confirmation what the reserve spending across the corporation is in that budget? So 2.1%, I'm assuming, is the tax impact. And then what would the total value of reserves spent across the corporation in the 2026 budget be? Through you, Chair. And that's hopefully my last question.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will definitely redirect that to GM Zegeric for the reserve spending.
Through the Budget Chair, Appendix E of FCS 26001, that was the 2026 proposed budget, provides a breakdown of the reserve financing strategy. So that is in Appendix E. But through the Budget Chair, we can take the request away as there was an adjustment through the mitigation measures of drawing an additional $13 million from tax stabilization. So again, through the Budget Chair, we'll take this question away and expand on Appendix E to provide a more fulsome response in terms of the utilization of reserves.
Perfect. Thank you, Jim. So yeah, just the 2.1% is great, and just what that number is, whether it's 13, 15, 18, 20, whatever the total spend across the corp is, please. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, through the budget chair, just for clarification, the reserves were not applied to reduce the departmental budgets. They were applied to reduce our overall position. So again, we can provide that information.
Thank you.
Just to clarify to the GM, will you be providing that information through the Councillor Budget Question Portal, or?
Through the budget chair, we will try to be consistent, and please, if you see inconsistency, but continuing to use that same method of disseminating information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So there's cyber-related, there's Build Back Better, and transformation. 3 terms that sometimes seems interchangeable. So can I get an understanding exactly what we're referring to? I understood the cyber attack and what we were trying to do to fix that. So what's the difference between Build Back Better and now this new transformation office?
Through the chair. So the transformation office, so the long name of it is the Enterprise Portfolio Management and Transformation Team. They are managing those 21 projects. So there's the 21 Build Back Better projects which relate to the cyber incident. And those are the systems themselves. So the ERP, the asset management, things of that nature. When we're talking about the other side of that, which falls under IT, that's the cyber resiliency that helps with it. So the Build Back Better term is intended as a bit of a philosophy around these projects, so that as we build back, we're building back in a way that meets the customer's needs, that considers what they want, how we can be more effective, how we can be more efficient. And so just to restate, the Transformation Office is the one that's overseeing those projects and helping the cross-departmental team to deliver. The cyber projects are being run through IT. I hope that helps add clarity.
Maybe. So the transformation budget, if I understood correct, there are 12 FTEs. Are those contract positions?
Through the chair, yes. So the 12 positions don't have any impact on the budget itself because we found them through the resourcing strategy. So some were seconded, some are through gapping, so some are full-time employees but have a home-based position, is what I mean.
But if we've hired 12 FTEs, then we've hired them. They're employees of the city, are they?
Yes, some are temporary and some are seconded from other areas. So yes, they're employees of the city, but they're not permanent in that office. It's a time-limited contracts.
Okay, so there are 12 contracts and they're not FTEs. If we've created new FTEs and then we backfilled them to pay for them, we've still created 12 FTEs. So are they all contract positions? When the work is done, they no longer are here? Or are they actual full-time equivalents that are staying in this office?
Through the chair, the office is temporary. So either their contract would end if they came from the outside, or they would return to their home-based positions.
And do we have scope for these employees?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. The last question I have, it seems to me, Chair, that the funding as a result of cyber and Build Back Better and transformation, the funding just keeps going up, up, and up. And some of the projected numbers were beyond. So I'm concerned that we're adding more funds in another budget year, but we haven't finished spending the funds that were provided in the previous budget year. So is there a status so that we know exactly how much money they have not finished spending yet that they were already approved, and we're now adding more work and more funds?
Through the chair, I'm going to turn that over to Director Leishman, who has been managing the oversight of the costs.
It's a great question, Councillor. So when you look at the roughly 30 million that was approved in 25, we've spent as of the end of December close to 16 million. And so it's a great question. Why didn't we spend it all? There were some delays getting started. So by the time the budget got approved and projects were kicked off, we basically lost Q1 of 25. So you could say poor planning on our part. We were trying to get year one going as quickly as we could. So from that perspective, we then ran into some delays, and these have been communicated to council in the Build Better update projects status reports. One went in July, the next one went in November, and then there's one coming to you in early March. In those reports, it highlighted that there were some delays due to resourcing. We also had some issues with interdependencies of some critical resources that were impacting two of the major enterprise projects. We also had some issues getting the timely contracts in place to get vendors moving forward with doing some of this work. So given all of that, the ball is now rolling on these projects, and I'm not anticipating to see the same sort of delays as we continue. I do want to point out that these projects were presented in early 25 as multi-year projects. And so when we look at that, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that these are some of them large, complex projects, and they are going to take multi-years. And therefore, yes, we missed a little bit with our understanding of what we were going to spend in year one. Excuse me. But we will pick that up as we progress into years 2 and 3 on some of these projects.
Please let me know if you'd like to go on a second time, Councillor.
Please, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, first of all, City Manager, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that you came in at 1%, and as a city manager, you're setting the tone for your organization. So I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right message to send, and I'm hopeful that going forward there will continue to be learnings from this that can be applied against the future years. My question around the future years: we're at 2.7%, and as we talked about earlier, we don't know what our labor cost will be because we haven't decided yet. So did you kind of use that 2.7 kind of like a notional amount of what we've had during this period to kind of establish that 2.7, or what's the foundation of that? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. So that was derived based on anticipated costing and inflation costs, labor costs, et cetera. You're right, they're not fully known for the full period, but those were the drivers. And that was consistently applied, as you'll see. That was the same numbers used for corporate services earlier today as well.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So we're kind of looking at where we find ourselves now and really extrapolating that forward with being the best information we currently have.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just touching on Build Back Better. So as we heard, a multi-year plan. How many years is the plan, through you, Chair?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, how many years is which plan?
The Build Back Better plan. So I know it's been referenced that we were working on it in 2025. We have a 2026 ask. And I'm wondering how many years it will take for us to work through, whether this is a plan or a program, until we get done Build Back Better. Like how long is the duration of this initiative?
Through the chair, right now up to 2029 is where we have projected costs and closeout, but Director Leishman can add more detail.
Thank you.
The plan that was presented in 25 presented detailed costing out to the end of 27. There are some minor costs that flow over into 28, 29, just finishing up mostly the museums project because there's a lot of artifacts that need to be rebuilt into that. So that's going to take about a 5-year initiative. Most of the projects are done by the end of 27.
Thank you. And through the chair, what do you see right now as the total cost for that 5-year journey?
Through the chair, I'll let Pat continue with this line of questioning. Go ahead, Pat.
I don't have that number right at my fingertips because we've been working toward the 3-year plan. And I do know there are some minor costs that are going over. At this point, I'm going to say I will get back to you with that number. I want to make sure I get you a good number.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair, I guess what I'm looking at is, we know it's 17 this year. Not sure what it's going to be for the full 5 years, but we know it's going to be more than 17. And I'm interested in benefits and savings. Like, what is this getting us? I mean, in my ward, I've heard comments before where they call into a call center, because it's about customer experience, call into a call center, get referred to another call center, sometimes a third call center. And then what ends up happening out of all that is they don't get their item addressed. And then they get a call into my office going, hey, I haven't got my item addressed. Can you kind of help me out? I'm going from call center to call center, and I don't feel like my stuff's getting resolved. So I think it's good that we're looking at this to say, how do we, improve that customer experience? But do we have any tangible benefits or savings that we can really identify so we can say to our constituents, 17.1 million plus, here's what you're going to get for that? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, I'll start, and Director Leishing can add on if she would like, but I just want to reinforce that this is funding for part of the multi-year plan to build back what we lost. So there were 21 projects. So in some circumstances, these foundational systems don't exist at all, and they're being rebuilt. So we have a lot to do because most organizations do 1 or 2 of these big initiatives at a time, and we're doing 21. But while we do them, we want to make sure that we're considering the needs of our customers. We had some antiquated systems that were quite far behind and that couldn't meet the needs of the community. So when we build back, we want to make sure that everything that's put in place helps to meet the needs now and into the future and solve some of those problems that your constituents are advising on.
Thank you. And through the chair, or maybe should I go on the second time then? Okay, thank you. I'll do that.
Thank you. We have 2 first-time speakers in the form of Councillor Cretch and Councillor Taddison. Councillor Cretch, please.
Thank you. My questions are also about slide 31 that Councillor Spatafor referenced in terms of how we're understanding all the different numbers that make up this 2.1%. When I look at page 10 of Appendix A to the larger budget package, the report FCS 26001, on page 10 there's a list of all the different departments and divisions and these relative percentages. Someone said something, I don't know who it was, I don't remember, but something like, well, these are new numbers or change numbers. I just want to make sure I understand this. The numbers we saw on slide 31 are the same as the numbers that are in this report here. Is that correct? I see a shaking head of yes.
Madam Chair, my understanding is yes, there is a slide or a page in the budget book that identifies this, but I'm going to look to GM Zagaric. Maybe he can identify where that is, so we're making sure we're looking at the same thing.
Well, just to be clear, right? So I think in the budget book, actually, these numbers aren't in the budget book. They're actually in the report, in the appendice, the report, because when I look at the budget book, we see things like a net levy tax increase for planning and economic development at 3%, right? Which is not what we're seeing on the slide. I'm just wanting to make sure that anyone watching, including all of us, are all tracking what you're pointing at when you bring these numbers up.
So through the chair, appreciate the opportunity for clarity. The numbers are drawn from Table 2, page 10 of 34 in Appendix A of FCS 26001. Why they are different than the budget book of December 10th is the numbers that were presented today, the numbers in Table 2 include the second phase of mitigation measures. And that's the reason why these numbers are lower than the numbers that were in the December 10th or 12th, apologize for confusion of date, staff draft proposed budget.
So I really want to clarify that point because we do have a bunch of documents and they're all talking to each other and we have presentations and those presentations are then talking to the documents. So if what I understand you're saying is on January 23rd, if you look at that item, there's a bunch of appendices. This is Appendix A. Is there an appendice there, a budget book that reflects all those changes exactly as we see them here in Appendix A? Or are you saying, nope, you've got there the December 12th version?
Through the budget chair, the final version is Appendix A of FCS 26001 that was disseminated on January 23rd, I think.
Okay, I'll ask it a different way. I think we're going to get there. So if I look at Appendix B, right, to that, which is the staff proposed budget book, and that's where we have much more detail and we're able to see, right, what's going on here. That is not updated as of January 20th. That's updated as of December 12th. And then we have Appendixes C, G, and H, which outline the different changes that were made. I'm just making sure I understand this because I think it's important. I've gotten some questions about this, and we've been talking about this a bit in a circle, that we don't actually have the budget book fully updated for January 20th.
Through the budget chair, that's correct. Appendix A are the revisions to the December budget book. And so Appendix A to the January report is to capture all the revisions to the December budget book, budget document.
Thanks very much. I think it's really important that we understand these things because when the average resident looks at this, then looks at the budget book and sees totally different numbers in it, there's not really a way for them to know, I should be also looking at Appendix A before I do that. That'll give me some insight. Last question for me is about Appendix A. Again, now that we've clarified that we're all talking about the same thing. For me, I'm wanting to understand better what the chart on page 10 says with respect to the one category that we didn't really cover in the same manner, which is legislative, right? So if you look at all the other departments, we have planning and economic development, healthy and safe communities, public works, right? That makes sense to me. City manager's office, corporate services, then legislative is there. I'm assuming some of these things are subsumed under the other discussions we've had, and that's why the percentages show up in the manner they do at the end. That's all. I'm just trying to, again, mapping one to one. I'm looking at this chart. It's got this many line items. I look at this slide. It's got a fewer number of items. So there's just a bit of a variance there. I want to make sure I understand that that's what I'm seeing is right. So that's what you've done is you've put those things under other categories.
Sorry, through the chair. I apologize. If the councillor can ask a question again.
I'll do my best. So there's not a one-to-one relationship between the line items in that table and the slide 31, right? Slide 31 is 5 items. This has 9 or so. And so I'm just wondering if what you did was put some under different categories to get to that number of 5.
Through the chair, through the budget chair, slide 31 represents the departments. Legislative represents the elected officials' office budgets, the mayor's and the councillors' offices, and then beyond that are corporate financials and non-program revenues. So again, the slide that the city manager shared represents what the city departments are proposing as it relates to a percentage increase for 2026.
Thanks, I appreciate your latitude because I think most of my time was spent just kind of getting to the question. So if it's okay, I just want to ask one last question. I want to make sure I'm adding this up right, again, based on the math here. So if I look at the far right column in appendix, in table 2, I see total versus restated. And so just left of the percentage in the total versus restated column on the far left, I'm adding up negative 64,000, 7.3 million, and so on down the list, right? Before I get to revenue, I'm adding all that up, and the answer I get for that when I add it all up is $17.3 million. And that's if I understand it, right? In terms of what the question Councillor Spatafor was asking, $7.316 million approximately, if I add those items up, is what the city's budget is before we talk about revenue, right? That's important. We haven't revenues down there also before we talk about revenue. Is that right? I mean, generally speaking, I'm asking you to get down to the dollar here. I'm just saying, is my math reasonably correct?
So
Yeah, I'm sorry, if the councillor can just, which column is
So the far
councillor?
right column of table 2.
Table 2 from Appendix A of FCS 26001, page 10 of 34.
So the far right column titled Total versus Restated?
Yeah, so I'm adding up everything except the revenue, so minus 64,000 plus 7.3 million plus 8.89 million. I'm adding that column up, and I get $17.316 million, or $17,316,000. And I haven't got to the revenue part yet, but that's what I'm assuming, right? Basically is what slide 31 represents in a cash value.
Through the chair, that's correct, exclusive of legislative.
Perfect. That's exactly what my question was. So exclusive of legislative. So when we look at that, right, we still have $215,000 of additional costs that are legislative, or around 2.8%, right?
Yep. Through the chair, that's correct. What the city manager was highlighting was the city departments, and that city staff don't have control over the legislative budgets. Those are the budgets of elected officials.
Okay, I've asked enough questions about this TDM for now. I will reflect on your answers and perhaps join the list a second time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taddison, please.
Hi, my questions come about the Accessibility for Ontario Disabilities Acts initiatives for 2026. It says that there's $200,000 addressing accessibility gaps and advancing initiatives that create more inclusive, accessible information and services for all residents. Could someone on the bench there, high level, give me some details? What information services look like for the disabled community, and what this community gets from the city for $200K in terms of fulfilling the OADA initiatives?
Through you, Madam Chair, and redirecting to Executive Director Fontana and perhaps to our Director of Communications after.
Thank you, through the chair, and I apologize I didn't introduce myself earlier. Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. So the AODA, the 200,000 is to support the gap analysis. And what we're trying to achieve is a comprehensive understanding of where we are in terms of meeting our accessibility requirements across the organization. So what are the opportunities, what are our strengths, and where are the weaknesses that we need to deal with. So the planning, identifying of our resources and the supports that are required so that we have a proactive and sustainable accessibility program. So essentially, Councillor, we're trying to understand where we are in terms of our accessibility, where we need to go, and this 200,000 is allocated for the RFP, which we're in the process of completing, and eventually we want to support and sustain an accessibility program. I'll turn it over to Director Anderson for some web-related accessibility issues.
Thank you very much. It's Heather Anderson, Director of Communications and Engagement, and through the chair, I can just add on to that that there is work underway as well on a digital accessibility initiative, and this is covering off our website in terms of ensuring that the web pages, the documents on the web pages are at that level of standard. So that requires quite an extensive remediation effort. So that money is also being tagged for that work, which will include working with staff, bringing in staff that have that level of knowledge and expertise that can deliver not just the remediation standards, but also provide that training to our staff across the organization so that they understand what those standards are and how to apply them with their own documents. In addition, that money is also looking at some of the backlog in our own systems to make sure that is up to standard, as well as working with vendors who can come on board to assist, because there are quite tight timelines around digital accessibility standards, and we want to make sure that we meet those legislative requirements.
Okay, thanks for that. So what I got is that we're improving our web pages to make them more accessible, and we're going to be training staff to understand that when they make web pages, how to make them accessible. And then we're going to be doing a research study through a consultant. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to say that this is money well spent. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And hopefully one question. Director Leishman, I believe said, I just want to confirm because I think I emailed this question, but I think she just answered it. So just help me from following up. As of December 31st, out of the approximate $32 million we budgeted last year, we've spent $16 million. And I understand the reason why we're behind. I'm not disputing that. I'm just getting clarification on the number because I think that's the question that I emailed someone. So out of the 32 that was budgeted for 2025, at the end of the calendar year, we had spent 16 million through you, Chair?
Director
Of the 30.4 million, we've spent 15.9 million, Councillor.
Perfect. Thank you, Director. That's it. Thanks.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. An ancillary to Councillor Spatafor's question. So 16 million was budgeted in 2025. That figure equates to a little over 1.5% on the levy. It'll be used in 2026. So the natural question that I would have is if the 2025 work is being done in 2026, why are we taking another $17 million?
Director Leishman, are you able to help us with this?
Yes, absolutely, through the chair. Good question, Councillor. We've been working with all the project leads to ensure we've got robust project forecasting in place. At this time, that is our best knowledge of the number. We will continue to do monthly forecasting and we'll keep council up to date in our Build Better reports that come on a regular basis as to what our forecast looks like. But right now, that is our best understanding of what we will need for 26.
So can I hear one more time why we didn't spend the 16 million? And why you have confidence that you're not only going to be able to spend the 16 million in 2026, which was budgeted in 2025, but you'll be able to spend an additional 17 million on the same projects?
There, I am an optimist, Councillor, so so here's where we stand. So you're asking why we didn't spend the 16. The largest portion of that is the delay in the ERP project, and that was driven by resources being consumed elsewhere to stand up our finance and procurement midterm solution. So that has delayed.
ERP?
Oh, sorry, Councillor. Our enterprise resource planning project. That's the replacement for finance and human resources. So we've been delayed with that entire project because of the fact that resources were employed elsewhere, working on other initiatives to help get the midterm solution up for finance and procurement. So that's the biggest part of that 16 million. There were other resource dependencies that affected other enterprise projects. So we had resource interdependencies, we had issues with resourcing, and then we also had issues getting vendor contracts in place. So they took us longer than we'd anticipated to get some vendor contracts in place. So those were the main reasons for the delay. When I look at forecasting, there's opportunities to improve our forecasting. There always is. So we're trying to work with all the project leads to help them understand the importance of accurate forecasting so that we can provide council with an accurate picture of projected spend. At the moment, those are the best numbers that I know.
Thank you. This council approved several FTEs for the cyber Build Back Better transformation. If we couldn't get this work done in 2025, then what were those new FTEs doing during that time period?
wanted to point out that these are multi-year projects. And so where we were delayed in some of those, we did not bring those resources on, or those resources were employed working on the midterm solutions. So people were gainfully employed where they were brought on, or resourcing was delayed given some of the hurdles that we had.
Is it possible to get a breakdown, perhaps in a chart, that indicates the number of FTEs that were approved, the number that were hired, the number that were delayed, so we could have a good understanding of where we are with the FTEs?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we can bring additional information back in regards to the resourcing strategy, because there were multiple mechanisms employed.
You always say things differently and better than me. Thank you. So I think we can just leave that as direction, Chair, without a motion. Are you comfortable with that?
As you wish.
Okay. The last question is about communications. So if I understand it correctly, we have a director for communications and 27 FTEs. So in 2025, do we have a total number of dollars that were spent on communications? So all the FTEs and everything else that we're doing in that department? Because I couldn't really find it going through the budget books that I had. Seems to be connected to all different divisions.
Through the chair, and the answer is yes, of course we can get that for you, but I just want to make sure that we're bringing back what you want. So when you ask about all the things related to communications, that I am assuming would include all of the staff resources and any of the expenses related to media, campaigns, all of that. Is that correct?
Definitely the staffing, and if there was actual expenditures, advertising campaigns, whatever the case is, just break it down so we can see very clearly number of communications people, number of contracts that we may have, or consultants, number of, or the dollar figure for advertising and things of that line.
Through the chair. So we'll bring that back just because some of those costs would fall within the departments themselves.
Yes.
So we'll be happy to return with that information as part of the questions through that finance responds to.
I would appreciate that, because I'm trying to understand if we still have redundancies, because we created the Director of Communications to eliminate the redundancies, and it seems like we still have them. So I look forward to that report. I'll move that as a motion.
Okay, thank you. So I wouldn't mind, we maybe want to reconsider your first ask so that we all have a clear sight on it and it's set out, if you don't mind. So if we could go back to the city manager, when you said you understood what Councillor Clark was asking for, would you mind replaying that back for us, or I can ask the councillor itself, and maybe we can put that in the form of a motion, and then we can also capture the communication, disaggregate in a motion.
Through the chair. So for both, is that?
No,
your
if we
ask,
could
or
take
just-
one at a time, if you don't mind, just so that we don't lose sight of the.
So the resourcing strategy, and again, I don't have a problem in terms of taking that as direction, because I think that's a simple response that could be through a question and answer. But my understanding of that is to report back on the resourcing strategy for the, I'll call it the Build Back Better initiative, and that would include the 21 projects and the cyber resiliency piece, so that you have an overall look at that. And then the second one, I'll pause there and just make sure I have that right.
I'd like to check with the councillor.
Thank you. That is correct. And the transformation office, that's new to this new budget, correct? That was not existing in 2025.
Through the chair, no, that still existed in 2025. That's where we resourced through the approved complement the council approved. We just named it the Transformation Office so the organization would know what it is, so it's nothing new.
Okay. So yes, if we could get a report back on all of that, that would be great.
Okay, can we have that in the form of a motion?
I would like to move that.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded. Councillor Spatafora, are you seconding? Yep, thank you. Do we have to put that up, or we've had some discussion on it? I think we all understand it. Seeing no one disputing that, if we can have an electronic vote as soon as Elsie McRae is able.
Can I just read it out?
Sure.
So through the chair, that staff be directed to report back on the resourcing strategy for the Build Back Better initiative, including the 21 projects and the cyber resiliency.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. Thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. You're welcome. Thumbs up from Councillor Nan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Francis is not here, I'm guessing.
Councillor Francis, could you see him, Elsie, Kelsey? No? Okay.
Councillor Paul. Councillor Passar's gone.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. That carries 11-0. You wanted to move another motion with respect to the communication complement and cost of doing business.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to have financial reporting from 2025 for the communications division and any communication dollars that are spent across the organization. The context, if I may, Chair, we hired a communications director ostensibly to centralize communications. I believe we have 27 FTEs, but we also have a number of folks in all different divisions doing communications. So I'd like to understand exactly what we're spending on communications citywide, FTE-wise, resource-wise, as well as advertising dollars.
Seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Would you like to read it out, Elsie McRae, if you captured it, or not? I can give it a try.
That staff be directed to provide financial information for 2025 for the communications division and any communications dollars that were spent across the organization.
That captures it.
Hang in there, Elsie McRae, thank you. Electronic vote for that, please. Yep, no, we're not rushing.
That would be it for me, so if you can, my mic.
Okay, thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Nan, Councillor Cassar is back, and the thumbs up. Yes, please, sorry, forgot. Thank you, that carries 13-0. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Just really on the Build Back Better plan a little further. So we have a project plan set up for Build Back Better. Is that correct?
Through the chair. So we have a program plan, and we have project plans as well.
Thank you. And through the chair, when you look at the resourcing associated with that, are we fully resourced on the program?
Through the chair, I just want to understand the question better. Do you mean are all positions filled, or do you mean do we achieve what we need through the resourcing?
Yeah, well, typically when you have a project plan, you have resources assigned to it, so you know when you need what people when, and so typically when you launch a project, you would have those roles assigned. So as you start to go through the project, you'd have the right people available to be able to do whatever activity it is. And I'm asking, do we have the people to do the actual program this year? And if we don't, we're going to be similar to what happened this year, where we end up moving it into next year. So that's where I'm just wondering, do we have it all set up, ready to go?
Through the chair, thank you for clarifying the question. I'll redirect that to Director Leishman.
Yes, we do still have some resourcing concerns, and we are working through those as quickly as we can. And we'll be working closely with CIO Talani and his group to make sure that we have the appropriate resources as well as those required from the business. They are not all in place today.
Okay, thank you. And when do you start to see the first impact of those lack of resources? What month? Through you, Chair.
Yesterday, through the chair. So we've been living it. And that's part of what we're trying to resolve through the chair. As we've been dealing with these resource constraints. So the impact is real and it's today. So
Okay. Thank you. And so hearing that, right there, the 33 million spent this year is not reasonable because we don't have the resources to do it, and we're going to end up in a situation where we're just going to defer it. So one of the asks that maybe I could make is that we go back and normalize our plan for our resourcing and come back with whatever number that might look like, because there's no sense going out and asking the taxpayers for another, whatever it is, $17 million when we actually don't have the ability to spend it or use it because we don't have the resources in place as of today to actually do the program. Through you, Chair.
through the chair, a lot of that money is going to be committed to external vendors in terms of implementation partners on some of these major systems. And I don't want to see our hands tied by having dollars taken away when we really do need those dollars for external contracts.
I understand, but I also don't want to be in a situation, through you, Chair, where we're going out and taxing people for dollars that we can't actually use this year, right? So we got to be balanced in our approach. We have to be mindful of where the taxpayers find themselves, and we have to look at it and say, can we really do this year? And it's okay to say that we can't, because even if you got half this program done, it's going to put us further ahead than we were last year, and there's a real opportunity to really scale things. So as you're getting experience with the organization on resourcing and just the culture, that is revealing it onto itself and allows you to scale it over time. So I'm just wondering if we could kind of normalize it for your experience and what you've seen and your professional expertise in terms of what that spend could really look like. Through you, Chair.
I think Director Leishman has answered it. If you'd like to pursue it in a specific ask so that we all have an understanding on it, you want to chew on that and I can go back to the list?
I'll go on to my next question.
Okay.
Thank you. So the other thing when it comes to these sort of initiatives, a lot of organizations, because of the challenge of technology and how spend can get out of control in a hurry, they end up doing what's called process design, which is to really identify what processes are going to change, married up with the technology, and then say, okay, what does that look like in terms of organization structure and potential savings and benefits? And they do that before they get into the implementations, which really informs their project plan. Through you, Chair, have we done that? Have we done process design to understand where our gaps are, what the pieces are that we're going to have to go and customize, how much that costs, what are we going to have to do in terms of what staffing looks like in this new world and all that sort of piece? So I'll leave it to you to answer. Through you, Chair.
Yes, we have. When you look at, I'll use the example of our enterprise asset management project. There was a number of, there was intensive process mapping done to understand and standardize processes. So when we look at where there's opportunity across the organization to bring more standardization and bring efficiencies, there was quite a lot of work done there. I am a huge fan of business cases and driving business cases to show value and create value in the organization. And that's exactly what we're doing on projects like asset management, and we're working on bringing that across all these other projects as well. So it is imperative that we understand our processes and that we understand what needs to go into systems and what doesn't, and how we can best be the most efficient given where we're headed with technology. I'm a believer that says you don't just stick something into a process, into a system. You have to know your process first. You have to have a good understanding of what we should be doing and let technology be your partner in that, not let technology drive it, or you're going to end up not creating efficiencies. So we're on the same page, Councillor.
Thank you. Do you want me to go back again?
Do you have one
I
question?
have one question, yes.
One additional question? Okay, please proceed and then.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. So with that in mind, do you have a sense of what the benefits and savings are, having mapped that all out?
So for the EAM, through the chair. So for the EAM project, yes, we have all those details and we are closely monitoring that as we continue to implement EAM. For the other remaining Build Better projects, we are in the process of backtracking and doing that work. And the reason why we're backtracking is because if you recall, these all came out of cyber. So it wasn't, in some cases we were planning and starting to head down that path, but we were not there yet in terms of development of business cases. So I think it's important that we do that and that we go back. So at the moment, we have qualitatively identified these business benefits, and you'll see those, excuse me, excuse me, you'll see those qualitative explanations in the Build Better updates. I want quantitative. I want hard numbers so that we can show cost reductions, cost avoidance, revenue generation where we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Cretch.
Yes, pardon me. I know that we're all been here for some time today, but I do have a few more tedious questions. I want to make sure that I understand this because I don't want to send a flurry of emails back and forth trying to reconcile something when it's clear the way I'm expressing it is a bit confusing. So I want to make sure I understand it. When I get to the bottom of that section of Appendix A, Table 2, right, I'm just seeing that we have realized less revenue than in the past. That's been added as a line item, essentially, increasing our costs because we have less revenue than we had last year. And you've discussed that already. I don't need you to get into it again. As I go down, I see the expenses for police are there, other boards and agencies, and then I see CEF, and that's at 0%. I just wanted to clarify really one minor point about CEF and then get to the bottom of the table, and then I'm good. We proposed, I believe, I forget over the number of years, a 9% increase to CEF every year in order to try and meet the objectives of that program. And then this year, we're not doing it. My question about the math is, if we add 9%, is it just 9% of the 6,770? The reason I ask is because I don't know if that number actually also captures staff inside that, or is it just the actual fund itself, right? So I'm wondering if it's the fund, if it's just the fund itself, which is why it's been separated out in that manner. I just want to clarify that.
So through the chair, the City Enrichment Fund 8% increase for 2026 is being deferred as part of the 2026 proposed budget. It does not include FTE related costs. This would be funding to the program that then would be available for community groups.
Thank you. I misspoke. It's 8% over 9 years through the chair. I think it was. So sorry about that. It's not 9%. So if I take 8% and multiply by that number, I get the general sense of what the increase would be to bring that back into the budget if it's not a deferral.
Through the chair, I know it's just short of 700,000. I can't recall if it's 680 or 660, but just short of 700,000.
That's helpful. Thank you so much. When I get to the bottom of this chart at 5.7%, I see is our total. And I won't get into how we got there. It makes sense to me. But then when we skip below, we see municipal net levy tax impact at 5.45, right? And I've looked through some of the documents, and this might be my fault entirely, but I don't see how we jump from 5.7 to 5.45. And I wonder if you could just illuminate that for me.
Through the chair, two different sets of numbers. So the 5.7 is the overall increase to the levy, $70 million or 5.7%. And as council typically wishes to have this information normalized to a residential or per household, that's our starting point in terms of household is the 5.45. So again, we've just taken the
net levy, and based on the apportionment to different property classes, commercial, industrial, residential, that's our starting point for the residential is the 5.45. And then there's some adjustments for assessment growth and tax shifts.
And is there anywhere that math is shown? Because I understand the different tables and what they mean here. I'm just saying, I think, right, there is a land or a place where we were at 5.7, we used some math and got to 5.45. I understand they're different, but that did happen somewhere. Is that exposed anywhere?
Through the chair, it's not demonstrated in the budget documents, but we can provide that information to council.
Yeah, thanks very much. Last question is about 0.5% for tax policy. And when I look through this and listen to your presentation, and maybe I missed it, I didn't quite understand how we were applying 0.5% through a tax policy. So if you could just explain that, and that's my last question.
Through the chair, these are some legislative requirements that result in a shift between non-residential to residential going back to 2016 as part of the reassessment period. So again, these are tax shifts.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure before I left here today that I had a clear understanding of how all the presentations actually map to the information we have in front of us. So I appreciate your answers very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I recognize Councillor Spatafora, it's always a hit and miss whether to have something in the form of a motion or not. I guess I'm just looking for assurance that someone is keeping track of these questions, because I'm not, and that they come through us through the budget portal. If not, if it would be easier to have it in a motion. So the last question, for example, asked by Councillor Kretsch on the municipal net levy tax impact, and GM Zagarek explaining the difference between the 5.7 and the 5.45. How, is there someone keeping track?
Through you,
Jessica,
Madam Chair.
in the back.
I would recommend that since we've thus far had motions for these items, that we continue in that regard, and then we just make sure on a Friday afternoon that no one's brain goes.
Yep, we're going to say it real slowly to daylight the math of how we got from, I'll let you go ahead.
I'm going to make it so much easier. Since we have a portal to ask questions, I'm just going to ask this question. It's a real straightforward one. I'll ask it there, and then it'll get disseminated. Thanks. I'm not going to spend time making a motion. I can just follow up and make sure I get the answer. It'll be circulated to everybody.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafora.
Chair, I'll be brief. I just wanted to give some thanks to our clerks department for this week. Angela's been here sick. We've had a bunch of clerks working and helping, and I wanted to say thank you for this week. It's been a busy week, challenging week, and I think you did a great job. I guess I got to mention the vice chair, even though I don't think he's done anything, but just just joking, Craig. I'd like to thank you and Vice Chair Councillor Kassar for all your work this week, and I'll let you say the final thank yous, but I just thought, since you're such a diva, I didn't want to not say thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Believe it or not, we actually do like each other, but we do have a shtick going on here. Yeah, this has been a busy week for all of us, and I understand that the constituent work, the meetings don't stop just because we have these ongoing budget meetings. But just a reminder, the work doesn't stop for staff either. So when we're here, they're here, and they're doing a lot of this preparatory work, and we're asking them to do a lot more. So on behalf of a grateful committee, thank you. Also, thanks for recognizing this person here who you can tell is not feeling very well, along with a whole bunch of others, as I understand it. So thank you to Elsie Kelsey, and of course, always thank you to Elsie McRae. The work continues. I know you will lean in to getting even further details to help you when it comes to our next meeting. But I want to thank you for your time and your attention. And obviously your care for this community is very evident through how you're exercising your work here. Thank you. We're going to recognize Councillor Spatafora as the mover and Councillor Nant as seconder in receiving the documentation. Show of hands, yay or nay. Carries. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.